brings us closer to you, and one day, every day, we come closer to that day. So thank you, Father, for that. That we have to endure to the end, whatever day that's set, that our last breath is taken, that we have to endure. So thank you for the Hamashiach, the Word. Thank you for something to look forward to have, it's like a savings account, putting money in the bank. So thank you for being the Savior for the sins of these worldly things for very few. Thank you for bringing us before you and not before the Father, and standing in as our mediator. Thank you, Shiloh. Thank you for the return and the judgments of all flesh. On the seventh shofar sounds, and judgments come upon all the ruling class and the rule that's ever walked the rock here on this time and place and space that we're in now, till the beginning, from the foundation of the world. One judgment, the final seal, the final shofar, the great day for Oligos, and dreadful day for most who rise from the dead, from their ashes in the dust, not somewhere out of the sky. And thank you for that. Thank you for the tree of knowledge, although we're warned of eating of that tree, but we would perish for lack of. So busos, thank you for the busos, the understanding, the tree of life for my mother, my brothers and sisters, those that I will be connected with after this flesh, although I didn't connect with anybody other than my son. Oligos, many are called, but few oligos are chosen. So many enter by the wide gate and take the broad way, and thank you for showing me that I've done that before, and that's the gate that leads to the place of no knowledge. So thank you for all things, good and bad, not just the good, but the bad. The bad is what refines us as a man or a woman, makes us hardened, makes us stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So death is an illusion. If you're eternal, it's just a temporary state. One door closes, another one will open. So thank you for death again. Thank you for self, the death to self, that you told me that I must die daily to self and not be concerned with these worldly things, these eyes and the flesh and these time and place and space, that when I walk this rock, that if I'm fall under eyes and my eyes are idols, things of the dirt, that you'll take my crown from me, and I won't be crowned king, and I won't reign over this rock with you, and I'd rather go to hell. But I'm not going to condemn myself. That's not condemn. Not supposed to condemn any man. I've made that mistake before. Mostly condemn myself, a lot too hard on myself. So, but that's the way it is. He makes us who we are. If we're goats or we're sheep, it's already bought and chose who he bought and paid for. So self is the word pornea, and so by pornea, it says in the end of days, the agape will be pornea. So I'm thankful that it's given me the time is an illusion, but time, if you will, to chase time instead of worldly things, and exchange time for busos, bathos, so that I can not be deceived by definition. I will define, be definitive, and know what the hell is coming out of my mouth would be an oxymoron, because the word hell is the place of no knowledge by definition. But most people don't know what the TARDIS, Hades, they're talking about. We'll use the same term, but just in a different dialect, this glossa tongue, foreign to most. You might call it alien, if you will, right? So I was supping with Father, praying face to face To pray is to have face to face. That means to face to face. People pray for worthless and like heathens, and I have done that myself. Repetitive or long prayers. Father created all things. He knows exactly what's going to happen. And every single moment in time, he wrote all things. So there's no such thing as luck. That's, he knows where the dice will land. So I don't play with these worldly games, reindeer games, and twisting time. Told you it's an illusion. You're deceived. Somebody told you there's such thing as time. Like there's 12 months in a calendar, right? No, there's not. You've been deceived. You're forwarded. Forward means to change or twist or pervert. That's perverted time. Your time, I told you there's no such thing as time. I'm eternal. I'm from the past and I never end. So I'm from the future as well. I'll be back. Shiloh, Lazarus, Jonah, Elijah, predestination. Those are all resurrection. The neatly folded face diaper that all those people wore for years. Still some wearing that face diaper acting like children. 7 is the number of maturity. They need to grow up and be more mature, and maybe they were see what was going on and right in front of their face. Face to face is the word to pray, but most people don't have any dialectus, gloss of tongue. They speak in by translation. Go after a transgender God that has breast. It's both man, beast, and woman is their God of this time. 2025. That's the God of 2025, the orgy God 2025. I think they call him Jesus. Do you celebrate Jesus? Do you celebrate? Not under this covenant. Many are called, but oligos enter through the straight gate. He said, fear not, oligos. It's this flock. And oligos are the ones who narrow, pornea, idolatria. Latria is to serve, and ido is their eyes themselves daily by narrowing self through Matthew. Remember, he told us, deny self daily, cut it off, circumcise the flesh, the law of the flesh. It was fulfilled. He ripped him down from that tree. He'll be standing before the Father where the wages of sin was death. Just one. That's all it took. Remember pride? That's all it took for the adversary to the Father. The anti, and a third of his minions who followed after his pride, cast from the ruling class to reign over this rock that you walk, not in the sky. Love it. They're all bailed out of here. They can't take it. They can't handle the alatia. So, much blessings. Thank you for those who will come in and watch it afterwards, because we do have many who come in and watch the restream, the live uploaded later after actual time. What is that like? Time after time. Wasn't that Cyndi Lauper? Oh, you're old, man. I'm eternal. I don't ever end. Just matters where after I walk this rock. That matters to me. Most people are caught up in the things that walk. The walk. Their karak. Their mark. Their character. They serve. Who do they love? Their decamai. They go after a sex pistol Jesus. Christians, I think they call themselves, and Catholics and religious idiots. Nonsense. The Father doesn't dwell. Shiloh, the Hamashiach, doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He fulfilled all that physical. That's what religion does to people. Makes them idiots. They don't study. They're lollipop. Religious people. They don't ask no questions. Taste sweet. You stick it in their mouth. Lollipop. They don't ask no questions, right? Not even one drop. Just believe. They believe in who they say he was. And 2025, it's not 2025, you idiots. It's 5785. Hallelujah. He said, where there are two, dos, tres, two or three gathered in my Shem, my agape, is proof he'll never leave you. Christ in you, brothers and sisters. See, your body is a temple. He fulfilled all that physical law. He destroyed the physical temple. He became the last sacrifice, the last supper. Hung him on a tree, fulfilled that contract of marriage. Divorced his bride, made a new covenant that day. Hallelujah. Such a beautiful blessing we have. To be able to not have to stand before the Father where the wages of sin was death. To have a mediator to cover the sins of this world that we do, these worldly, these mammon, these Jezebel, these traditions of men. Eyes, idolism, imagery, eyes, crown, stealing your eyes will steal yourself is your biggest enemy. I am my biggest enemy. Hallelujah. The word will refine you. I warn you. I tell you to read it over and over. I give it to you as homework as your teacher. Have you been reading Matthew 10, 34 through 39? It's been there all along. That I would share it with you this day that we're having here today on this time, rock, place, and space that we're in right now. As we see an unveiling of time and space. Oh. As we walk this rock on this star, right? Are you on a star or are you on a planet? Oh, somebody in here believes in planets. Speak up. Who's on a planet? Are you on a planet? Tell me where it says planet. Where does it say we live on a planet? Where does it say that Father created one planet? See, refine people. Do not think that I came to bring peace. I've been telling you to read Matthew 10, 34 through 39. I warn you, anybody who says peace, he said sorrows. Correct? Tabernacles in tents, wandering Jews in the desert. Get it? Out in the desert, temporary places of study, worship, tents. They set up tents. It's in tents, tabernacles, baby. Woo! It's intense. It's tabernacles. It's going to get sorrows, pains, increasing in intensity of pain and suffering. A dose, narrow, cut it off. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. Move out. Carry on. Are you a soldier of the Father? For Shiloh, he said, guard his commandments. Are you protecting his word, making sure that nobody changes it, forward, perverts and twists it? That's what you should be doing. Guard it with your heart, with your head, with your body, with everything you are, with your soul. Don't let anything change, even self. Don't you change it. You'd be false teacher to self. Pornea. Your latria. Idolatria. Your agape will be pornea. You, I told you, I am my biggest enemy. Eyes, idolism. He warned us of, he always declares two witnesses. Twice he said the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Remember, where there are two or three gathered in my agape, there I'll be in their midst. Thank you, Jack, Brother Jack, for something to look forward to after life, after this rock walk in this flesh suit, meat, if you will. It's temporary. He's permanent, never ends. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Hope that's written on your heart. Do not think that I came to bring peace, he said. Send a warning. Oh my good thing, go see him. Let my puppies one out. He just got up. Enjoy your little sleep next to the fire there, big guy. Oh, getting a drink of water. Thanks for coming in. Father will never leave you. Shiloh is with you now. Oh, you going to the back? You want to go potty? Tuggy? You want to go potty? Oh, okay. So the reason why I send you this warning of, it says in the word, I put the word on you, those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace and safety. So anybody who says things are going to be peaceful and calling for peace is not in the word of the Father. They're a blasphemous, heathenous swine. And they're opposition. They're the adversary. They're Satan. Satan means the adversary. They are not Satan themselves, but they are the adversary. They are satanistic. Go after the things of this mammon. Flesh, eyes, idols, statues, 58-story towers, idols. God warned us about idolism and imagery. So I warn you, if anybody lives in a tower that's 58 stories tall and is calling out for peace, and is telling you day one, and I've told you, couldn't make it any clearer. I'm not a prophet, as I said. Prophet is the word teacher. Although I'm a teacher, I'm not prophecy. I can't prophesy. I can't heal people. I can't speak in one language and anybody can understand it. I can't lay hands on the sick and heal people. Yes, prophets, all prophets could heal with their hands, could speak in one language, could prophesied, mean fulfill words before they would understand. Prognosko is the Greek word, have foreknowledge of. I understand cycles because he's given me busos, because I changed time for busos instead of chasing Jezebel. Although I went after the things of this world. I don't act like I just sat there and studied every single day, all day. Although I studied like a freaking madman. I still made mistakes. I still gave into this flesh. I still fall in it. I'm still weak. I'm still just like anybody else on this rock. But he gave me this understanding, this tree of life, my mother, my brothers and sisters in the narrow way. And that's all I have. I don't have anything else here. This place is disgusting. It's filthy. The place itself, it's beautiful. The nature, the creation, all the animals, the innocence, the children. But us adults, we're immature. There are children who starve. And nearly 8 families have almost 50% of the wealth. We didn't get this one right. We froward, changed, perverted, and twisted, and perverted this. So if we had an aletheia, we would know that charity is something that Father, it's part of our walk. It's what makes Father love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. Love. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not boast. These are agape. These are the highest form of agape is 2 John and 6, to walk and follow in the commandments of the Father. But it does not boast. And it is charitable, brothers and sisters. Father wants us to be charitable with the word. Be giving with this gospel, with this bread as you sup with others. But don't sup with vipers. The wealth
He said it'd be easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle, a camel, than a rich man through the gates of heaven. It's not possible. All rich people go to the place of no knowledge, hell. That's why I'm offended for a man who calls out for peace and says I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. So again, I send you a warning of towers and wealth and riches. Is tonight, again, children, people die in the streets and the wealth has been divided. But fear not, brothers and sisters, be not anxious. He writes and creates all things. If there wasn't not one thing that Father has not already wrote. He creates all things. We're just seeing an unveiling of his writing in this time, place, and space, but soon, because we are in that last book. And he'll make a new Shem. There'll be a new Agape. Don't lose your mind if you've been reading the word. It don't end. It's cyclical. Eternal damnation, huh? Hell is the place of no knowledge. People are not in the sky. Nobody's gone to hell other than the messengers, the Angelos, Tardis, Hades, Apollyon, the one Trump has his house decorated with. Remember the mess? They were all thrown in Tardis, Hades. But the judgments will come. The dead will rise from the ashes and the dust, and judgments, the shofars shall sound. There'll be a sounding of the horns. There'll be a last, a final trump. Shofar shall sound, a scroll. The sky will roll back like a scroll. The pit will open up. This ritual is being performed right before your eyes over and over again. Pit ritual, fire and ice, water and air, sky, rituals, fire, Tardis, Hades, pit, smoke, ashes. This ritual is being performed on this earth right now, over and over and over. But people do not live in this word. They don't sup. It's not on their hearts. So I hope you see this unveiling of this book happening right before your eyes. You live in the last book, whether you understand the celestial firmament is declared it, not me. I'm only here to declare the line and declare the understanding, the busos of this celestial firmament, this clock, pole, and north star above our head, like the finest watch, like a Swiss watch. Maybe that's why my roots are rooted in Switzerland, Werner. My grandmother was a practicing Jew to make this disgusting flesh that I have on this meat suit that I carry around on this eternal spirit, aletheia. Well, notice since you have some kind of biblical reference to the shape or something to the earth, I normally throw people out of here, but you're referring to Scripture, so I'll let you stay in here. First of all, I don't care whose square peg you're putting in whose octagon or triangle hole, okay? We don't do shapes because it distracts people, but you have enough maturity to use Scripture to speak about it. So does it matter though? I mean, because it's just a distraction, kind of like red and blue. But if it's a scroll, they don't understand. A scroll unrolls. So I understand what you're saying. I'm in your camp. Here's what I say. Okay. Sponsor. Not a sponsor. I like that. I'm not a sponsor. I think that's what it says. Not a sponsor. I think I'm right there. I ain't with your genre. I ain't giving you my authority. Not sponsoring your nonsense. So it doesn't matter in a sense that I call it the camp. I don't care whose flute you're blowing, like pie shape or round or math. Never mind. We won't get into the numbers. But anyway, it's a play on words. Here's how I do this for you. If you will take it to the word like you do, sponsor, that's what I appreciate. It says that it's a very important point you make. Nobody ever thank you for making this point, because there's no getting out of here. We have a firmament. We have the waters above our head and the waters below our feet. This place is going to get pumped. I've already shown you. If you look around and you walk this rock, you could see that the inner earth is shot up to the upper atmosphere multiple times. We have this cylindrical, spherical, heliosphere shape throughout our rock. It's part of our, we look in the sky and they think, obviously, if you know about project or operation, because they like to switch these things up like book and beam, Nanook, you'll understand that I'm more in your camp, as I call it. I tell them they're the ball camp, right? Because they see balls in the sky and they thought gods were in the sky, and those balls were gods. So this is a great deception. Not a lot of, I think that's what it is. So, but anyways, it says that the earth cannot be moved from its foundation. We have two models, if you will. If people will talk about a model, that's what I'll tell them. Well, which model are you speaking of? Can you speak of both? Otherwise, normally I already would have thrown you out of here. Because if you talk about flat or round or square or thing, it confuses people. But normally most people won't use the word to refine what they're speaking of. So that's why we're still having this conversation, sponsor. Appreciate your eye on Scripture, having a spiritual eye and having a spiritual calculator to make sure that it's adding up. Because if it doesn't add up, he said, if it's not in the hados, in the same narrow way, throw it out. So there are models. You got your ball camp. Remember your camp, your band camp, American Pie, or whatever that, whose flute you're blowing, or whichever instrument you decide to chooch on or smoke, whatever, never mind. But anyway, smoke rise out of the pit. Remember all this pole worship, brothers and sisters, what this is all about. Phallic worship, Nimrod, Apollyon, Satan, okay? The opening, as I just told you, the waters below and the waters above. You have evidence of that all over this rock. Look around. Father didn't create one planet. He created the stars, sun, and moon in the book of Genesis. Notice not one single planet. There's so much deception. People just have no idea what they're talking about. They think that God's in the sky. They think heaven is in the sky. In Genesis, when he created heaven and earth, that's not below your feet. The earth is not below your feet. So let's have that discussion. If you want to continue with the shape, earth is not below your feet, you idiots. You don't study the Aletheia or the Ruach HaKodesh. It's not written on your heart because you don't define anything. You translate. Somebody can't figure out if earth's below their feet, then have any idea what they're talking about. They're an idiot. You're looking at an idiot. I don't care if they have a degree, they're an idiot. In a box idiot is what they are. I know what's in the box, that's third dimension. Remember we were talking about math earlier, pi. Never mind, we're not going to do math. People run away. Spiritual calculator. If it's not in the hados, if it's not in the equal to, in the narrow way, meaning its definition, defined, not even one jot, 0.01% away, that's not aletheia. That's been changed. Father is pure light. Do you understand any science? Basic scientific method, triplicate, anything, quantum, anything, phi. This is like not checkers, like democracy or whatever, but like chess, like live, 5D. It's a living will he made with his bride, new living will and testament. So you got to go with the times, right? Remember, read the book of Timothy. What's that have to do with it? Refine. Discernment, hello. I couldn't be any more simplified with you. Let me bring it back to a simple equation for you. Earth, 99% of the world believes that earth is below their feet and heaven is in the sky. It's very easy to pull deception on people when they do not understand anything. They're idiots. Most people have no understanding of what the busos, no bathos they're talking about. I don't care what their degree is. They're some kind of idiot. In a box, idiot. Real science was based in Bible believing. Don't hate the sin, hate this, or the sinner, right? Hate the sin. So, real science was based in Bible believing me. Now it's every sinner trying to disprove God who can't be disproven. Yeah, because he's undefiled. He is light. I am. Remember, he can't be even as scientific. I try to explain this, not a sponsor to people, to try to make it elementary. He said before Abraham was, I am. Before he was fire, and he said, I am horizo. I am the hados. I am the alathea. Hokadesh, Ruach Hokadesh. And I am the horizo. I am the divider of the dark and the light. He is the light. Light can't be defiled. If you understand basic dialectus, glossa, we'll go back to language, right? Babel. If you add a jot or a tittle, he said he would blot your name out. Correct? If you add to the book, to the equation, he will blot your name. You will receive of all the written plagues written. That's pretty defined there, if you ask me. So I take it to the word, yes. And just every word study, one word. I teach people how to study it in an interlinear textus receptus. I don't use the word Bible, because Bible is defiled. They don't, interlinear means it's written in the original language. Duality, both the original Hebrew and Old, Greek and New. And if they're not in the Hados, remember, throw them out. But nobody will study the original texts. Interlinear textus receptus, they're a bunch of translators. They don't define, they don't use a concordance or a textus receptus or a lexicon. It's foreign, alien to them. They believe there's aliens. God did not create one alien. There's no such thing as aliens. Ever did God create one anywhere in Scripture. The word Nephilim means bully, you idiots. So stop being an idiot and adding to his book because he said it'll blot your name out. I'm a reconstructionist. I read the book backwards. You don't do it that way. I don't recommend. You don't even read it like a book. Define the words, one word at a time that you read before you even say anything about that book. Otherwise, you're a false prophet, false teacher. And you're the first one he's going to deal with when he comes back. Ha ha! I know I've done it and made that mistake. Vapor inhalers? You're disgusting, filthy swine. Do you have any calluses on your hand? I built this house, you idiot. Something wrong with you. You're in the Broadway. You don't know how to build a thing. You couldn't run a trout line or couldn't skin a buck without turning it into hamburger and cutting the piss sack. So believe, you are the problem with this world. You go on and you spread unclean truths, and your children, your child, works of darkness are obviously. So go ahead, spit some more of your venom in here. Can you build anything? This is my temporary place of study, you silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Okay, goodbye. I know you worked for the man for 13 years, and you gave your authority to the man. Goodbye. Get out of here, you swine. He said he didn't dwell in temples made by hands. This is a temporary place, not construction, permanent structures, you idiot. Burning to the ground, just like LA. See you, bye. Goodbye. See ya. Come on, guys. Oh, gee. Did Taco get inside? Did Taco get inside? There's the big guy. All right. Okay, anyway, so this covenant that he's made, brothers and sisters, I hope you see that he put it in his new covenant. If you read Matthew 10:34 through 39, I've been telling you to read this verse until you don't have to read it anymore, until you can say it, and it's written on your heart, and he reveals it to you because it's already there for those he chose, and already those he knows he bought and paid and purchased and wrote this book that was on stone and scrolls, and now it's on our heart. So we were speaking of shapes, and it's irrelevant, but it doesn't, it doesn't mean that it's not something that can't be discussed. Is somebody to use it in a mature way and use the word and tie that word with others. Use the word against people. Put the word of God on them. Be charitable with the word. Love. Show them to the narrow way. If they're in the broad way, like a child of darkness and unfruitful works of darkness, we're not to sup with vipers or cast our pearls before swine. You don't hang out with people that are in the broad way, brothers and sisters. It's just not how Father doesn't, that's not what he didn't send Shiloh to do that. We're not here to be nice. The word nice means to be stupid, but nobody will define or refine or look at the word at all. They want to add jots, shots or tittles or just the smallest, brothers and sisters. If you add to his word, I don't care if it's math, I don't care if it's a letter or a period. We'll speak more modern, in a more modern dialect or vocabulary for you. I don't know about your worldly things there, Horn. You remind me of the little horn with your worldly little horny things that you do of this world. So I don't care about, although I like music and things like that. You must be talking about some kind of Hollywood that's burning down. Maybe they're making a good excuse to get to their shelters, like I told you, for Operation Warp Speed, when he brings Operation Popeye, Operation Love Boat in, and you guys all go up to your sky rapture nonsense. God's not in the sky. There's no such thing as aliens. All this is warp speed nonsense. I can't wait till all you guys succumb to your idiocracy. You're going to fall for your warp speed Pink Floyd laser light show holograms and robotics because you think that computers can learn. Zeros and ones, 0, 1, 0, 1. You're an idiot. Computers don't learn. Grow up. You're a child. You know nothing about quantum computing or quantum physics. You haven't studied anything. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky and earth's not below your feet. You religious, worldly idiots. It's not 2025. There's not 12 months in a calendar. You remind me of, you're a heathen. You do heathenistic swine things of this world. It's 5785, you child. Time to get with the times. Time is an illusion. Time. Like 52 weeks in a year. Grow up. You don't know what time it is. That's not time is an illusion. There's a clock above your head if you pay attention, but you don't. You have the attention span world of a fly. 30 seconds. You swipe. You can't even any 30 seconds ago turn opaque on me like a ghost. There's no such thing as ghosts. There's no such thing as aliens. Heaven is not in the sky. But 99% of the world thinks that, so I'm not of this traditions of men. I don't do these things, brothers and sisters, because I use the word to discern. I discern everything through the Father, through his word, and through Shiloh. Through definition, I define one word at a time to help myself and brothers and sisters that are trying to do the same thing. So Okay, thanks, Nada. So you're in the. You see what I'm saying? You see why I don't really address this whole shape thing, because it's kind of irrelevant, you know. But thanks for using the word to at least bring it up, because I can have the discussion with somebody who's mature enough to have the discussion about shapes, because people often get in. Then they want to speak about colors and do the democrip bloodbakin thing with me, and then do the poly meaning many, and then tick meaning bloodsucker, and I'm not in any of that either. That's all part of this space farce nonsense with their mente is mental or mind, and govern is to control. They love their mind control, and that's why Mr. Warp Speed brought him a new space farce to get him ring around the rosy, pocket full of yeah, right, Mr. Popeye, Mr. One Eye, yeah. Love Boat, Operation Fantasy Island is what I've been exposing. He said day one. Did you hear him? And I don't like watching this guy, Mr. Badman Orange, Mr. Agent Orange, with his red flag gun laws. Oops, that's a bad thing. You shouldn't have said that. Oh, well. But it is what it is. That's the fact, Jack. Mr. Warp Speed, they're going to create the perfect scenario to come house, knock. They already said door. He said twice. He declares 2 witnesses. He always does. He's Giannis. That's why eggs are so expensive. That's why there's bird flu in humans. It's all a ritual. More rituals. Fire and ice, January rituals. Giannis, the Two-Face, Joker, like 52 weeks in a year. Joker, like 52 deck cards in a deck. You ever play 52 pickup? Brr, yeah, huh? Smoke and fire. Get out of here. There's not 52 weeks in a year. 12 months. You're a child. You allow them to do this to you, change you, twist your time, and pervert what has always been. Since the beginning, prognosko is the Greek word, to have foreknowledge. He said from the foundation of the world, he created all things. Alpha, beginning. Omega, N, not Z, not J, no Jesus. Hope you don't go after Jesus. Jesus, like baby manger Jesus, you know. Satanism, born in a manger. This is all perversion. That's why this man decorates his house with this god, Apollyon, Cupid, Nimrod. Got your blood pumping? All this perverting of time. And it says it in the book. He is allowed to do these things, change times. But people are like, nah, yeah, I'm going to celebrate good times. Come on. And they just bang pots and pans in the middle of the winter and called it the new year. You couldn't be much more of an idiot than that, could you? New Year starts in the middle of winter, huh? Okay, it's 2025. Okay, there's 52 weeks in a year. Okay, we don't mourn in here, Teresa. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. Top of the day to you, too. First part, some people have been up for a while, but thanks for coming in. Read Ecclesiastes 7:1, please. We're supposed to celebrate, if we celebrate anything, death. And they mourn death and celebrate birth. The complete opposite. Please take the word, put the word on me, and put the word on you. Please read the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1. Hallelujah. Use the word on people. Be charitable with the word, brothers and sisters. Put the narrow way. Put the gospel on them. That's what we're supposed to do. Go declare the king is coming. He's nigh at hand. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Have your lamps trimmed, loins girded in his service, and have extra oil. It's hard to do. It's change. We get so creatures of habit. Very hard to change that. We change this one word. If you don't change, my dad said, don't change anything, Teresa. Just keep doing you. But listen, if you just listen, I have to correct myself, refine myself. Don't mourn if you can help it. It's just a word. I don't want you to feel, top of the day. Start it with a higher spirit, and then try to take the word deserve out of your mouth if you can. I don't deserve anything, and neither do you. None of us do, really. Do we deserve anything? We're so undeserving. So I don't think if you'll take that word out of your mouth, it's really hard. And proud, don't say proud, because you're not, pride is a sin. So some people say they're proud. What would you replace that word? Everybody replace the word right now. Let's see if we can do a little actual, since we're getting some people in the chat participating. Thanks for all your excellent comments. Not gonna buy into your BS system. You're sponsored. I'm not part of the corporation either. My name is not all capital letters. I'm always operating in a private capacity and never in commerce. I don't have a capital letter name, so you know I'm not part of this beast pig people in government, this taxation, no taxation without representation. We're not supposed to have military outside our borders, no foreign entanglements. Remember, they banned that orgy, sex worship in this apostate nation that I live in now when it was formed by this Mayflower nation. Remember, they came over here followed by the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Remember, Columbus, he didn't discover America, but they were worshiping pole gods over here, totem, and they were Satanists. Whether you agree with it or not, that Father allowed the genocide of all these people here because there was people that were fleeing church, the Catholic Church, that was killing Christians because they wouldn't go to their eat my crackers and grape my body, eat my flesh. Christmas. Masse is the eating the human flesh. This is this perversion of time. The Yule wheel is Christ's mass. Masse, baby manger, born in a manger, eat my body. That's the Yule wheel king, the peasant that they got to marinate him for a whole week. And he was they had sex with beast and sex with women, and it was beast on beast, beast on man, beast on woman, beast woman on woman, woman on man. It was a big orgy. This is Gregorian calendar. This is when all this was changed. Constantine, remember, I'm sure not a sponsor somewhere, somebody's had to study and knows, and for sure, just from already what he's saying, that Constantine changed all this. This book that you hear wasn't written on. It was written on tablets, tables of stone, and scrolls, like a round scroll, like on a scroll. Like if you ever see the scrolls, they're cylindrical and they're not, you think of it as a scroll. That's why you start thinking round shapes, and people get this. They're immature. They shouldn't even be thinking about any of these things. They should really focus on the word more than what's in the sky and maybe what's even in the ocean. Like our species, ourselves, we haven't even discovered what's in the ocean. And Mr. Sticky Muskrat says he wants to go to the god of war, Mars, right, in the sky and get through 2 Kuiper, asteroid, 2, and the radiation. Yeah, right. This is disgusting, but people fall for this. They're going to pull the biggest scam ever that I've ever been discovering since I've walked this rock, which I believe we are days away from. And I'm not making a prophecy. I'm not saying they put this out in white papers. They put it in television. They put it in video games. They put it in animation, adult cartoons, children's cartoons, halftime Super Bowl shows, on billboards. It's everywhere. Scripture is in everything, brothers and sisters, but 99% of the people don't have a spiritual eye or can't spiritually calculate and do the math to see what they're doing right in front of their, as they walk this rock day after day, night after night, like the book of Psalms says, that is declared, that line that goes out across this rock that's talking about this the ecliptic plane. If there were these signs are left, you would already know which exactly we're doing this by this book and by that celestial firmament above your head. Everything is done by that celestial clock and the book. That's it. They're doing it. They're performing everything. It says that God creates evil and God creates Mammon and Jezebel and all these things, even though by pornea, we put ourselves in what is placed of no busos. That is, our love by pornea or idolatry, or we serve ourselves and send ourselves to hell. I'll stop speaking Greek. I apologize. I tend to, maybe if I have somebody more mature, and the thing, I'm not trying to speak down to anybody, but he spoke in Greek. Remember, he spoke in Hebrew, he spoke in Aramaic, he spoke any language. He was a prophet. He can speak in one language and they would understand it. But back to the teaching, that at the time of Constantine, this was the time of Greece and Rome, and they went out by orgy. Remember, that's how they kind of lost their massive, as they just fell under their self and taxation. It's the same thing today. Rome, in a sense, never died. We still have the head and eagle coin. We have the Vatican. We have this whole same blending of these northern Nordic tribes and these Vandals and Gothic and Visigoth, these ones that went after this god of the fire, of the sun and the moon and the tree. It was called Baal in the Grove worship. Baal in the Grove. Grove is Christmas. Christ Mass, tree. Remember Moloch? Moloch was Nimrod, right? Nimrod was Esau's brother, and Esau killed Nimrod and stole his inheritance. And this is all about an inheritance. Remember Jacob, who God hated Esau, who killed Nimrod, or Moloch, the god of the abyss, tree, Baal in the grove. This is Moloch is Satan, the sun god, born in the winter. That's why they worship the winter, the sun of the winter, and have aligned this whole calendar to pervert the original Hebrew calendar. Oh, love your AR-15. Yeah, don't ever let him take your AR-15. Don't mourn if you can help it. I didn't see on Huff on Rogan, but what do you think about? I seen a little bit, guys, a little bit about this too, because I don't have a lot of time to study right now. I'm super busy, and I'm always studying. But did you see that firefighter that was on Rogan, and even Rogan, because I think he's a plant, and I don't trust Rogan as far as I can throw him. He's a plant. They all are. But if you're in Hollywood, you're going to go to hell. All rich people and all famous people go to hell. So I wouldn't want to be rich or famous if I was you. Careful how wealthy you get, and careful how many people know who you are. Thank you for keeping this channel very small, Father. So I want to say, I don't know if I love my AR-15. If you're a female, I do want to tell you that we'll talk about that. Let's talk about Rogan, that firefighter who came on Joe Rogan, and then Rogan himself said about this wind that would come in through LA, and they couldn't do anything about this. Now, guys, I warn of this government that is just absolutely does not care for the people anymore. When the founding fathers founded this, and I don't like that term fathers, because father means papa, and that's not, Washington was a 33-degree Mason, brothers, sisters. So I'm not falling for none of this. But I know this was a blessed nation. Blessed nation. Okay, cool. Well, dude, listen, you should be a freaking man and realize that a dude like you can put yourself in any hole and any woman. And I think a woman should have a weapon for dudes like you. Or any man like you or me who can. I'm a military veteran. We had different military standards for women, had different PT, physical training, and standards in the Army, in all services, Marines, than women. So never listen, if there's any ladies in the room, don't listen to these weak ass men I know here in America, because I'm a veteran and they didn't speak up at all. They're all weak. They don't care about your Second Amendment. I'm not trying to gain any wife here. I don't need a wife. I don't need a lady in my life. I get F'd by the government every day, so don't you dare worry about me. Okay, got my, stay out of my personal life, please. No, you weren't. Listen. For the ladies, and I don't believe in the Second Amendment like that, guys, like should be abused or anything like that, and can't be infringed on. You've always had a right to protect yourself. Nobody can do that, take that from you. That is a natural, organic right to defend yourself, is under this New Testament, okay? Under this New Testament, okay? You have the right, even under this new covenant, to protect yourself. He said, let vengeance be mine. You can't go out there and take your Second Amendment and start. But here's what I'm saying. A bunch of weak men in America, and you're just going to have to deal with it, men. It is what it is. These women now have a foreign invader, because if you said, it says the enemy is the one of its own household, okay? One of his own household. We're here, brothers and sisters. Listen to what I'm saying. The enemy is the government. Listen what Trump said when he talked about those drones. I'm going to speak on this and try to keep this conversation rolling with you guys. These drones, Trump said, I hope it's us. I hope it's us. I hope it's us. I hope it's us. He's giving you his tell, and he said day one, he's going to tell you. And I already told you Operation Love Boat, Operation Fantasy Island, Operation Warp Speed is Operation in the Sky, and they're doing it again in LA, brothers and sisters. I've been studying off this platform, and these houses are burning from the inside out again because of the I got to try to beat the algorithm on this, because of that meter that's, they think a computer can learn, and it's SMART. You're not hooked in, you're disconnected to the ground. And when that happens, that's why that's happening from the inside out, guys. I've been studying again, and I'm watching it. They're doing it again. That means it's coming from below. not from above. As is above, so is below. DC is what Mr. T said. Not Drumpf, but the guy in the tower who had a tower who could grab energy right out of the air. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. They're about ready to release all this in one big swath, and it'll be a event that will continue. And I see this because they're already started it. They already started this. Somebody come in there, correct these people on the word mourning. We don't mourn in here, guys. Please don't mourn. Come in at top of the day. Listen, writers, I might not get this right, but they're already started this. They started with balloons. Are you telling me they didn't see those balloons from the Dragon come all the way across the Pacific Ocean, and then all of a sudden they were here in America? BS. I'm a veteran, and that does not jive. That does not jive at all. Okay? That doesn't jive. And then they just let them come across the U.S. BS, guys. BS. You better be paying attention to what is going on here. Okay, now they've got these. Remember, he made a comment. I don't know what they are. And look at him. I brought Kevin in here to look at the video. Go watch Nate's video because he did a little pause at it too. And it was good pauses and I stopped it on my own pauses at Canadian Prepper. You can tell he knows. Mr. Giannis, Two-Faced Joker, Mr. Drumpf, I'm going to take over. Day one, I'll tell you. Day one. How could he get all that information together in day one? Because he already knows. Prognosco. They're going to pull this sky ritual, brothers and sisters. This is gaslighting you to get you to look up, and I've been telling you all over and over and over and over again, brothers and sisters. Yeah, Nate did a good pause on that last. It's at the end of that video. It's start at about 45 minutes into the video, that 2 videos I think he did ago where he talks about this, and you'll see, because Nate's not being fooled by this. Yes, no. See, this is it. Look at Stoner's connection. Listen, man. They're making such huge moves. They're making such huge moves, guys. That is such a huge move. Look at what happened in Canada, guys. Second Amendment. Let's stay on track here. Second Amendment, guys. They took... And I'm a veteran, guys. They took and gave their Second Amendment items up there in those 2 provinces, gave it to Ukraine for war, guys. Those aren't even military grade war. No. And now here it is. And I keep telling you, they're going to take them. And you guys like, everything is awesome, Team America. Dude, I'm like, that is such a massive move. You know what I'm saying? This is such a massive move, guys. Listen to Nate up there. Please listen to Nate on this. Nate's very unbiased. I believe Nate's very unbiased, and he's yes, thank you. Can I look through this? Mexico, right? We see Mao, Stalin. Yeah. So it's disgusting, guys. It's disgusting. I cannot believe how fast. And then listen. Come on, connection. Greenland, guys. Greenland. No flipping way, guys. Look at the moves that are being made on the chessboard. They're massive, massive moves, guys. Massive moves are being made. Strategically, militarily, this is not something to sit around and I want to keep preparing here, and I'm doing my own thing here, guys, but I've got to keep coming. He sent me here as a messenger, a watcher on the wall, and I have to sound the alarm. I got to sound the alarm early enough to we do this for each other. This is how we come together in one Shem, one Agape, under this panopticon system that we use. This, he says, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. And that's why we're using this worldwide web to come together and to help another brother out, to be charitable and pass these things on that we see to others, so that others can have extra oil. Canadian Prepper, Nate, all these other channels that we probably all have a similar that we watch. These people are being wise virgins, and they already have extra oil, because we don't want to go back to the store, back to the house, try to be down there fighting people for the last box of toilet or box of macaroni and cheese or roll of toilet paper. It doesn't make sense, when you could already have tried to put up. I know it's hard, but if you're prepared, God will show you the way. Abundance is possible if you stop focusing on these worldly things so much. but that doesn't mean you take your head out of the game, you know, and that's where people, and you can, as long as you have a prepared lifestyle and organic, and you can, that's the best. I've been trying to get people to understand that the best thing you could do is check out of this system, get away from it, and be organic. I think that's going to be your savior later, the word, and as organic as you can be. And there'll be all this electric panopticon around you, but if you are not distracted by it, it won't be able to get you. Sounds kind of movie-ish, but if you're not affected in fear, they put that in movies too. I've been talking about that. You know, Empire Strikes Back, they go out in the woods and they would, you know, if you reacted to it or something, you could, oh, look at that. This is whatever, man. I ain't afraid. You know, it probably won't bother you. Don't worry. Don't pay attention, man. Ooh, fish on, buddy. Ooh, we're going to cook that one tonight, man. Ooh, if it's brown, we got to throw it back. If it's brown, flush it down, put it back in the water, right? So no eat, no brown trout. Brook trout, cutthroat, and rainbow will eat in the native wild. But listen, this is the life, brother, sister. You better get back to your organic ways, because you either got two modes, fight or flight, guys. Fight or flight. And see, although the Second Amendment is important, I'd rather use that to be connected with 4 or 5 of you guys to take down a buck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Get back to the organic ways, guys. And I, too, were known as Stormtroopers Canadian units. Cool, cool, cool. So listen, guys, I really think this is going to be our savior to go back to the organic way, and you're either going to get pulled into these cities. They're going to do this, guys. I don't care what anybody thinks about what I'm telling you now. They've got some way with anti-gravitics, electric gravitics, right? Millimeter wave technology, all these things are going to be unveiled again because they've had this since the beginning of time. Yes, yes. Freeze dry lots of my fruits and vegetables. Best investment ever. Thank you so much. Look how old I am. Look how old I am. Look at that bag. Look at that bag, AR. Look at that bag. You can't even buy that bag anymore. Look at that's dated. Teriyaki tri-tip. This is like 20 pounds of tri-tip in this bag. Done on 2/3 of 19. I broke some of this out. It wasn't the teriyaki. It was fire. I was a little worried because tri-tip has a lot of that little fat, and you know that stuff goes. It says to check often, so I broke into my stores. It was freaking soup. I made tacos, burritos, shredded freaking tri-tip barbecue beef. Oh, it was so good. Look at this bag. You can't. Now it's got some fancy label on it. Look how old this bag is. So anyways, you guys, and two, as I said, no joke, guys. These are nice, but these are fun. These are fun. Throw these into your mix, but I buy these, guys. Please support this company in Oregon. This is Mountain House. They're Canadian Prepper on this channel platform. Nate, support some more stuff. I'm old school, guys. Remember, I got out of the game. You know what I'm saying? I got out of the game. There you go. Case, that's what's going on. They're taking them down. But I was buying these during the time I had a freeze dryer. I had multiple freeze dryers, and I was still buying these meals. For the money, guys, these are a good price. We plotted it out, and I'm telling you, cool. And I wouldn't take them backpacking. I would take these. Quit taking them backpacking. Take these, 15. These Mountain House meals are off the chain. If you can find the turkey and stuffing, buy it. All of them are good. This Alfredo is outstanding. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, you guys do whatever you want. Keep doing your thing. Don't let me get you off. You know what I'm saying? Cool, nice. Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I'm saying. And it's good stuff. It's good. It tastes good, and the quality is excellent. Like with every bite, there's meat. Like with the turkey and stuffing and the turkey, chicken, and the mashed potatoes and chicken, there's chicken in the last bite. It's just really done very well. So these are a good price, guys. If you're in Oregon in the Pacific Northwest area, we have Buy Mart. Look, I'm flipping you off, my bad. We have Buy Mart, and they run these on sale. It's for like a couple bucks off. Now, if 15 is in here, you guys, we've talked about this. This would cost you about 20 bucks to make right now in the freeze dryer. 15 knows, AR-15 knows, because you got to buy the Mylar bag, you got to buy the oxygen absorber, you got to go to the store, you got to get the food, you got to prepare the food, you got to clean up your mess. Not saying that I wouldn't still do this. I wouldn't still buy a freeze dryer. I would still, you know what I'm saying? I still would, but I would still look into these other options because you can't make, we did it on the stream, it would cost you about 20 bucks to make this meal. Compared to, Mylar, the oxygen absorber, half the time you fricking forget to seal up your oxygen absorbers. You'll lose a whole bag of them. It happens. Things like that. You try to prevent it, but there's ways. This gotten so much better. I've been out of the game for quite a while now, AR-15, at least have my own machine for a few years, but it's come so far. And since they have all these other, you know what I'm saying? These other ways to do this now, which is amazing. You know, you have like Betty Wright's Harvest Right Freeze Dryer Group and all these others that keep helping people so they don't make any mistakes. You can go online and look at what other people did. So you're not putting stuff in your machine. That's nice. Good stuff, Stoner Connection. I like what I'm hearing there. Thank you for the information. So, but we did the math on this, guys. And if AR-15, how long have you had your machine? And I had a stainless. I said, well, I always get the stainless machine. It just makes most sense. I've been in the food industry. So it would cost you almost 20 bucks to make this meal, guys. In a Mylar bag, in the Mylar. And I don't, nice. So you've been in the game a while. So you know what I'm saying? You've seen it really develop in the last 5 years. Because 5 years ago, there was only a 5-tray machine, right? There was the scientific, but 5 years ago, the screen was still down on the bottom, correct? If I'm not wrong. It's been a minute. Am I right, AR? Because you'll know if I'm talking about Harvest Right, the screen was still on the bottom, and then they moved it up to the top in that new machine, made it a little bit smaller, the 5-tray, which I had the 4-tray, which was the large at the time, okay, right. So you know what I'm saying. Then you even go back to the dial. I remember the dial machines. I never had a dial machine. Okay. There was one with the dial. It still did the same thing. It produced the same food, but it's come so much further now with these candy modes and all this other. I still watch it because I'm still a part of the Harvest Right Freeze Dryer group. You know what I'm saying? It's, yes, it would. Yes, it would. Don't you dare say that. Yes, it would. It would still be worth it because you know it would. You could still go buy stuff on sale. You'd still have the ability to, you know what I'm saying, take advantage of not losing any or throw your extras, your extras in with that meal on the end of that because you can freeze dry everything together. For jerky. Why did it hide that? No, we'll put that on there. I'm not sure why they didn't allow that. But if it wasn't worth it to you, I understand. That's fine on your own. But it is because you're there, you're doing it, you're using it. See, even do, guys, listen, I think it would be profitable right now just to buy a machine to do 2 things. Now, I don't recommend, 3 things. Fruit turns to candy. AR-15 will tell you this. Fruit turns to candy. I know, now it just hit it again. I'm not going to put that up there. That's what it was, Kinetic, okay? It just did it again. I just read your whatever. We'll hide it just because I don't care your comment. I know what you're referring to. That's stupid. You weren't referring to that. You're referring to beef jerky, not 1,000 cows beef stroganoff, right? All right, never mind. So, yes, the bananas are insane. Listen, so AR-15 will be a test to this. I like dried bananas, guys, in a dryer. but they're not like freeze-dried bananas. The texture in a freeze dryer is not the same. So you can't compare a dehydrator or a dryer to a freeze dryer. No worries. Don't worry about it, Connect. I'm so tired of these. This, I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. I've tried to clean up with my a little bit. But anyways, fruit turns to candy. Now, candy turns to something, what I call a treat. Okay? And the other thing that you cannot is meat. You pack meat. There's so many things I can go off about a freeze dryer, why you should have it. What do you mean? You're going to wait for meat to get more expensive before you? There's no reason. A freeze dryer is a time machine. You're going to lock in the price of meat. I used to sell meat, half a cow at a time. I mean, a lot of it. I didn't sell just a little bit. I'd sell you a bunch of it and get you at rates that would blow your mind. But you had to buy a lot of it. So, yes. There you go. See? Because of the meat. So it's worth it to you because you do your own garden, you do your own. So it would be so worth it for people. Now, listen, guys, you can do something with these that I have never done. I did some Skittles and I did some other, some candy, but I mostly did meat, protein, and soups and things that were meals to go on the road. I made a lot of heavy soups, to be honest with you. I wanted to make meals, but I came under this thing where the best thing that I could do, cool. Nice. If you like, if you could do Oregon, Connect, there's land over here, very reasonable. It's very reasonable over here in Oregon, just so you know. Land out here. Kevin bought the parcel next to me. I gave it to him for next to nothing, but that's okay. He's going to be a good neighbor. So I needed a good neighbor, and that's what I was looking for, was a good neighbor, not somebody who was going to give me a problem and be uppity. I'm not uppity like that. I'm a from the ground up kind of guy. So Kevin, but he's not like that. He's from a ground up kind of guy too. So, but I don't think I'm going to have time before it shits the fan still. I'm out here. I don't think Kinetic we're quite there as far as a year and a half. I think we're much closer to that. And I'm not. I don't want to overdo this, but I warn you, as soon as Trump takes office, things are going to get weird. Nice. Are you talking about in the freeze dryer case? Well, hey, look into this area, Kinetic. Don't come here. There's issues here because it's Oregon with some of the governments. But I'm over here on the eastern side of the state over here where it's very reasonable. And you can get a big chunk of property out here for a reasonable price. I know of land if you're interested in the area. I have a parcel potentially for sale. If you, Kinetic again is talking about beef jerky. I turned 12 acres in New York and 85. Oh. Nice stuff. Montana, what a good move. There they are. What a better place. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, especially right next to me, because I have this 20, right? And the 20 next to it that I purchased because it came up for sale. I'm still paying on this one, but I bought that one outright. And so I sold it to him outright, and I'm going to pay this land off. But right now I'm honestly focusing on my mobility. And I want to move into that, guys. I really want to move into that. Do you guys have a mobile plan? Listen, guys, your skill set, two things are going to be the bigger, be spiritually, have your spiritual house, mountain house. He's the rock that you build. Don't build your house on sinking sand. But what a blessing too, guys. I had bought these for years, and I have freeze-dried meals, and I need to get my thing off my butt, my fourth point of contact here. It's been a little wet out here. Nice, cool. Well, I like rosin because I use cannabis for my medicine. That's all I use. I don't do anything else. I obviously have a lot of issues because I'm a veteran, busted my back in the service and didn't report it, and then multiple car accidents, and obviously after being shot in the face, guys, I'm so thankful to have cannabis right now because my head is just not the same. I have to be honest, and I don't want to go into that because I don't want to go off on that. But if you'll go look at when they hit me when that concussion grenade went off in my face, that flash concussion grenade, when the state of Oregon hit me, it hit. I believe it hit the screen. I don't think it hit me in the face, but it still hit the screen. It concussed right in my face. Cannabis has kept it's been easier, guys. I mean, my head hurts so bad. I don't want to talk about it because when I talk about it, it makes it worse. Every time it's like that placebo effect. So I don't talk about it. I just don't talk about it. But I've had a concussion and I'm so glad that I've had access to good rosin, true rosin. Yes. Yeah, it's illegal in Oregon to have recreational, which I don't like. I don't like recreational because I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. I've grown medicinal cannabis patient grower for many years in this state and legislated, talked against cannabis being legalized because I don't like the idea of the government coming in with their dispensaries, and they ruined it. They ruined the seed industry. They ruined the clone industry. You can't get true sativa anymore. I told everybody that was going to happen, and nobody would listen to me on this. I'm like, ain't some prophet. They're going to come in here and steal all your sativa. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I don't want the feds in here. We were OMMP, Oregon Medical Marijuana Program. I don't like even calling it marijuana, but the program was done through Department of Human Services. It was entailed after growers like myself that were patients, and then it was designed after the patient. This is always about placing medicine in the hand of the patient at no cost. We kind of had it handled here in Oregon. The growers had it handled. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying, guys. This is how Oregon was ruined. Oregon used to be the best state in the nation because we didn't have the feds here. And people were like, well, Tracy, you're an OMMP grower. You're a medical grower. Why would you want legalization? You know what I'm saying? See, Kinetic, some of these others see them by recreation. I'm not saying medicinal because we need more medicinal research. We need more medicinal growers. We need more funding from, to fund all these other things. They already patented the plant in 2019, I believe, which is illegal. You can't patent something that grows up out the dirt, guys. And they did that because they know there's other than THC and CBD in this. There's CBD, CBN, THC, TCH, and TH. There's all these other things that have been not researched. You know what I'm saying? There you go, too. Thank you. Exactly. AR, because of that being added to it. Stay out of these dispensaries. Yes, too. Yes. Listen, Kinetic here in Bend. This is so awesome. They have a place. You guys are on it today. I don't mean to do that, but I'm turn this light off. They have a place here. Listen, this is very important, Kinetic, too, for people who maybe just hear me out, please. They have a place that's called Strictly CBD here. Okay. They have a place that's called Strictly CBD here. And these people are very educated in this place because they know that people like myself, and I let my commercial license go. You might have to take a urine test. And if you test with any THC in your system, you'll test positive and you'll lose your job potentially. It's very hard to find CBD, straight CBD, brothers and sisters. Most CBD has a little THC in it. So it is very hard to find straight CBD, even though it's legal in all 50 states, even in Idaho, be the last state. Yes, that too, all that. That's why you don't want none of this anymore. None of it. There's other things, and they got all these glycol and pins. We'll go into that in a second. But listen, it's very hard to find straight CBD because if you're somebody who uses it like you're a driver or something, you got back pains and you can't use THC and you can't use it, you could use CBD. It'd be legal as it, like ODOT. Right. It's hard to find straight like there's a strain. It's called Shark Shock. I don't want to give up all the, get too far on this, but Shark Shock is straight CBD. And I'm telling you that plant from the base, it's not genetically modified. All this stuff they sell in dispensaries anymore is not cannabis, brothers and sisters. All of it's been genetically modified through chemicals and through all these other ways now that they've created this, like space rocks and all that. That is not cannabis. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower, and that is not cannabis, brothers, sisters. That is some other modified version of whatever they've done. Auto flower. This is not how this plant performs. This is not what this plant does. They have changed it and modified it with indoor growing, and I'm not against, because I am an indoor grower. So you got to be very careful if you're one of these people who uses CBD, and that sucks, because people should have access to CBD. A little bit of THC in it, guys, makes CBD work better. 100%. It does. It's like an adjuvant, like zinc, you know, when you're taking vitamin C or something. I'm not giving you studied some doctor or whatever. Don't take it in this as but this CBD, brothers, sisters, if you were using this in a business and you needed this like a truck driver, and you took a test and you came up, you know, with THC in your system, you're going to fail that drug test, and they're going to lose your, you know, which you shouldn't be. I'm done with this whole corporation, but hear me out. So be careful with the CBD. Careful with your CBD, guys, for those who are trying to use it without getting in trouble because you can't use THC. Now, I think that's a crime, because there's so many other medicinal, it has other, like I said, the CBD is an amazing thing, brothers. I have a major nerve problems, and CBD is a good, it's another one of these that helps my signal pain a lot. So I like to have CBD in my rosin, high CBD and high THC, depending on which strain. But I'd rather take a higher CBD than a higher THC, and have a lower THC and a higher CBD, because it works for what I need it to work for. So, but that's just my personal. So that's what I don't like about the cannabis industry. Yes, which is good. Stoner Connection, see, which is good, because some people don't want, you guys are on it, guys. You guys see, this is what's a tragedy. I've got some mature people see how irate that I am, that the government has kept this a Schedule 1 felony, you know, drug, because of no medicinal purposes. All plants are THC, and that's just an acid from before you heat it up. And thank you. Yep. Nice. Thank you. Look at for all these testimonies too, guys. See, this is what sucks, guys. This is what pisses me off, and I will stop to take the time. This flipping government, guys, has not allowed the research of medicinal cannabis, when there are so many different, like there's so many different medicines and ailments that we have for different diseases. If they would have allowed the medical research, there are so many other medicinal properties other than THC and CBD, such as the others that I mentioned. CBD, CBN, THC, THA, all these other, there's a list of them. And each one of those could be pinpointed for each one of our ailments. And there has not been that research. And that is the biggest, that's why this government is an absolute tyrant. Probably the biggest thing that I have against this government is this, because all people should have access to medicine that doesn't give them side effects. And I'm not saying that, you know, cannabis is the cure-all and works for every single person. Like, it doesn't cure all cancers, but it does most. It goes out and attacks that, you know, I got to be careful with this too, guys, you know, because it is what it is. Okay, guys, all this is, we'll say, for stage or show. The government knows what's best. Go see your doctor. Go get your freaking script and get some side effects, boys. Brothers and sisters, go get some side effects from your big farm guy. He'll give you the script. He'll write it on a piece of paper, and you can get you could get a scratchy rash or something, and your side effects will be. I got to be careful. I got to stop talking about this. Wow. because they'll think this is something medicinal. So anyways, yeah, I got to be careful here. But okay, brothers, sisters. So, but it's a bummer that the research hasn't been able to be done, because there are so many properties within this, and it's not been studied for decades. Instead, it's been made illegal. So I don't trust this government as far as I can throw it. And anybody supports this government and allows them to keep running all these, all these fake things that's just mimicking nature's bark and trees and roots and plants and flowers. It's all mimicking nature is all it's doing. That's all man-made stuff, is they're trying to make it better than nature can make it, but it's still copying nature. So I would definitely, I'm more holistic. Again, I'm going to get off the medicinal side. That's not, I need to stay away from that on this channel to protect the channel. So please take care of yourself, eat good, get lots of sun on your body when you can, and make sure you've got, just in the description, it's Predestined4light. I apologize, guys. I got to protect this channel, Okay, Case G, I want you guys to connect with somebody else on this channel. This is perfect timing. Please go to Church of the Only Begotten Son and see Bishop Stoner. You guys link up, Case, Kinetic, all you guys link up with Church of the Only Begotten Son, and link up with Bishop Stoner, and he's on the side of Cannabis in the church side. Go look at his work. It's unbelievable what he's done. A lot of work on the side to take away from this taxation of cannabis through the church. He's got a whole new avenue that it's epic what he's doing. So he can use people like you, you guys that are in here that are knowledgeable on what's going on, because he's a good, and he's super understanding on logistics. He's been working through with me, going through the studying of, there you go, U2 Stoner Connection. He's here in Colorado, so he's where one of you guys were at. I think somebody was looking for land. And then Kinetic, was that you looking for land? I'll explain to you what I'm looking for, and I'm going to put this out there because some of you guys are up early, and I don't know where you're at. So Kinetic, I have 2 parcels for sale. I might have this parcel for sold that I have over here. A lady's wanting to trade me for a Sunseeker. It's a 32-foot with the double tip out. Now that parcel is priced for, actually, I'm kind of saved that parcel. And I bought that parcel. It was multi-purpose. I bought it. I got a lot of money into the parcel just because of what I did with it. Not like that. I'm just saying my time and effort to build a UFO. That's where the UFO was built. Okay. I built it on that property. Okay. UFO. So it used to be there, but it crashed, and I brought it over here to the farm. So I'm a weird guy. So I had a UFO. It was out on the main road, but that is a 5-acre parcel. It is, if somebody has kids, that's probably not the parcel for you. Okay. Because it's right on the highway, and it's not that it's on the highway like it's that busy a highway, but it is, the CV highway. And this is a 5-acre parcel, but this was the closest parcel to the school out here in North Lake. So if you had somebody, when I moved out here, I had, my son, he was still a school age and stuff like that. I mean, I homeschooled him, but if he wanted to go, it was there. So it's a 5-acre parcel, and it's by the school. Otherwise, I have a 20-acre parcel that I've been buying for about 5 years, that I've been purchasing on, like this property here. I've been purchased this property for about 10 years. Same company. It is on an owner land sale, so it has really good, terms on it, like a set interest rate, no early payoff. You can pay anything over on a monthly basis, and it goes directly to principal. It was taken on a 20-year note, so the payment was very small, and I bought it as an investment property. And I knew if I put my investment on it, I would just pay it off. So it has a no early payout penalty. What I was saying out here, and this is probably my finest parcel that I have out here. I mean, I love the property that I'm on, but this one's way back off the road, way back off the road that I'm on, 80 acres, and I'm 60 acres in. This has what, even on with the property that I bought, it says it's paved, because the biggest farms are back up towards Table Rock, back of the backside, and they grade that road 4 times a year. And then there's a road that only you would be driving on. So it's a 160, it's like a pivot worth of farm. And this is split into, this is the 20 on the end. There's another 20, and these people have the 40 over here. That's the only people who have in this big lot. And it's a beautiful home. It's always sold for $300,000 or $400,000. It's a 2-story farmhouse. It's really nice, a little more modern, but it's been here ever since I've been here. And that's why I bought the property, because I was actually going to build a little tiny home to match that home and just rent it out and pay for the property. Like, I could do that right now. And I've considered that. Want to build a motocross and rally cross track. Well, there's already an MX track out here, Kinetic. So I got something else for you. Listen, Kinetic, you can buy this property and do what I'm saying. Listen, I'm telling you, do this. I'll try to be quick. I'll give you my name. It was already called Rabbit Tracks. We have the dunes out here, Kinetic. This is the place for you. We have the largest set of sand dunes. Motocross, there's already the MX track out here. Right before you go out to the sand dunes at Fossil Lake, there's the MX track. Oh, man. Come out here if you can, and just look into this, and go where you need to go. Connect. This is a perfect place. I'm looking for somebody who's got their head not up their butt, but can be self-sufficient. Like, what I'm saying is, I could put you on this 40 acre or 20 acres over there, this 20 acres over there, and you could be self-sufficient. I wouldn't have to worry about you, and you wouldn't build a bunch of crap. You know what I'm saying? And so, okay, look, here, I'll, in a nutshell, my payment on that property is $245 a month. Just hear me out. I'll just throw it at you. We can talk off, but I'm not worried about, it is what it is. I'm not like we're running out of time. We just have limited days. We're all getting older. So we're not getting any younger. I have this 20-acre parcel. I bought it to put 4 fourplexes on. To be honest, 5-acre parcels, I was going to put 4 fourplexes on it and retire out here off the 4 fourplexes. Cool. There we go. And you have plenty of room to put a shop. Cool. Outstanding. I love it. Teresa's in a tiny home. I'm in a tractor trailer. You guys have probably seen me. I build cabins out here. Kevin's in the Rusty Dragon over there. He loves that place. He's like, man, there's one. It's so one-off. There's not another one like it. I built a really nice tiny home on, it's a fixed. It's not on a trailer, but it's a beautiful tiny home. If you ever seen the builds on this channel, it's called the Rusty Dragon. I built this is the Rusty Cowboy. You can see it's all repurposed wood. Not sure if you could see everything in here, but it's all repurposed materials. I don't build anything out of anything new. Everything I do is older material. I like the idea of renew, repurpose, reuse. This whole thing looks like an old Western movie front out here. Cool. Will you come out here in a schoolie? I had a school bus. I had a 73. Cool. That's what I build out here. Kind of a skid. I like that. I didn't build that one as a skid, but man, you fit out here so good, Kinetic. So let me rattle on here. Here's what I'm offering, Kinetic. I have a parcel. You could find some other land sell out here. It's hard to find land on this side of the valley where I'm at, because this is closer to Table Rock, right up towards the mountains. It's closer to the school. It's closer to Silver Lake. It's closer to Bend. It's closer to Pine. But it doesn't matter, because if you go that way, you're 20 miles out that way, or 30 or 50 miles out in the desert, which is just whatever. I don't want to be that much further out. I like that I'm middle between Silver Lake and actually that proper is 3 miles closer. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Kinetic, but it gives the ability to be mobile. So check this out. Here's what I'm saying, Kinetic, is I bought this property about 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It's a 20-acre parcel, and it's a beautiful parcel. It is one of the nicest parcels here in the valley. It's got slope. It's got grade. You could put your shop down at this one area. It's not going to get flooded, because it's not like that. This was an ocean out here, 6,000 years ago, and all the grade out here is because of the ocean, not flooding, and it's not going to flood. We're at the top of the Great Basin. We're not in a flood zone. We're 100 miles from the ocean. This is I did a lot of research before I moved here. I studied strategic relocation for 20 years before I picked a spot. And this is the spot that Father has me. I'm in a very unique spot. The sky, it's the largest dark sky sanctuary out in the world, 2.5 million acres set apart from, there's always people constantly online talking about all this stuff they're seeing in the sky out here. The sunsets are I've never seen, I've been in all 50 states. I lived in Alaska. I lived in Hawaii. You know, I mean, this state where I'm at, it has all seasons in it. You know, it's fall 4, you can go to the whole portion of the state. You can be on the other side of the 5 in thick, lush forest. You can be out here in the high desert. Yeah, right here, right behind me. I'm right here in the hills, right here. There's hills right behind me. There's hills right here. I could be in the forest and cutting wood in 15 minutes. I could be in thick, lush forest in 25, 30 minutes where I'm at. Lakes all around me dotted with, I am in the most perfect spot as far as price. Now, if you want to go expensive, go, you know, an hour down the road and you can get real expensive. Well, not an hour. It's an hour and a half to the next town. 100 miles from a Walmart. Bend, Oregon. Average home in Bend, Oregon, every third home sold for $1 million there. So Bend's very expensive. A lot of money in Bend, Oregon. Really different city. Lapine is the next city up to me. Burns is out that way. Klamath Falls is down to the south. Everything, I'm kind of in the middle of everywhere. So, and you're welcome, Tracy, too, if you want to come out here. I'm serious. I'm trying to find people who are really serious about this. I have some opportunity that I'm going to try to I'm very interested in heading that way. Yeah, okay, so hear me out. So this property that I have, it is yeah, you don't have to worry about that out here, Kinetic. You're not going to have that issue out here. I go scream and holler for help right now. Help, somebody help me. Kinetic's trying to come over here and build a school bus out here, and he's going to get a noise ordinance violation. Nobody's going to hear you. Nobody's going to come save you, Kinetic. I'm sorry. You're going to just have to keep that hammer to yourself. Don't hammer anybody. So there you go. This is the place to do it, man. Especially on that property that I'm telling you, because you'd be the only other one predestined the number 4 light. So just hear me out and I'll finish and I'll move on. I got to move my solar panels, and what time is it? Probably, yep, it's puppy time. Feed the dogs. So here's what I can offer for you to make it inexpensive or whatever it is. I've paid on this property for 5 years. The only thing I can offer you is to cash you out and just give you half of what I paid into it and let you take over the property. Because I know Jesse, I know the owner of this company, and he's a good guy. He has sold thousands, tens of thousands of acres out here in this valley. But this is 3 miles down the road. I mean, the fence line is literally on the same fence line, 3 miles down the road. And we can get to this property from 2 places, the main road, hardball, or if we go out the back of this property, I can get to you, would be your property down this back road. So nobody'd see on a main road, if you will. Okay. So, well, there's multiple ways out here. So this property has, you know, a road coming in and a road coming out, and it's 40, 80 acres in, just like the parcel behind me. That's what I'm saying. It touches the same parcel that I'm on. Kevin's parcel, now that he bought, would touch your parcel. Okay. I paid on it for 5 years. My payment is $245. What I'd be willing to do is you could take over the payment if you could swing that payment. You would have no early payoff penalty. It's an 8% interest rate. It's a 20-year note. So you have time if you just kind of want to write out the note. At that's like $2,500 an acre or something like that you'd be paying if you paid on it for 20 years. Like I've been paying on this one for 10 years or something. And I'm just starting to pay a lot of the principal off after a lot of time. So 100% honest, a lot of what I've just paid is principal, you know, or interest. So, you know, but I'm willing to let somebody take over that parcel at that payment if you'd give me half of what I paid into it on my payment. And that would walk you 5 years into the note, you know, so you'd be that much closer to your payoff to paying principal. You could still pay it off at any time. It's all on paper. You get it's all, I've been this one for 10 years. He sold tens of thousands. It's like Kevin. He was a little concerned, but we went down to the county, and that property next door is already in Kevin's name. You can look it in the county records. It's $245 a month for this parcel for 20 acres. For the 20 acres, and it has an excellent road in, so you're not going to be fighting a road. A lot of people fight roads out here. You know what I'm saying, Connecticut? A lot of people fight roads. The roads are horrible out in this valley. Horrible, 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 horrible. This road happens to be on, they only put road money in 2 roads. CB Highway, a property on that one. And this touches power too, Connecticut. This property touches power, which a lot of these properties do not touch power. You know what I'm saying out here? You can buy property, but you got a string, you can be off grid and all that. This property touches the power line. So it's very valuable. I'm just kind of giving it away to somebody. If they'll take over my payment, they'll cash me out for half of what I paid into it. I'll just turn it over to you. I mean, and you could go try to find another parcel. Well, not on this property where I'm at, but the water table, Teresa, is right below my feet. I have a well drilling kit. There's water all over this valley. There's spring fed and a reservoir by Crater Lake. There's Sevum Lake. There's another little spring. There's Klamath Marsh right there. There's right. So honestly, Connecticut, you don't need power, which would be awesome. I put my thing down the road. There's this beautiful grade on this property where it comes in. You drive down the power pole road, and then you come to the back of the property. Then it goes down this nice slope hill, and it comes back up in there. And there's a big shop where you could put your big ass shop up there, big pole building. And I could probably get you a screaming deal out here on a pole building and the trust company, because I know who builds the pole packages. They're Mennonites. We could get you a good deal and get you a pole barn out here, probably at a really good rate. Just the 10, I think, is the hardest thing to buy out here, because I know the trust company guy and the pole package guy, and they all work in, cahoots out here to build these big pole barns for these hay sheds. Well, Connecticut just turned his hay shed into a, I have family in racing, just so you know. I don't want to go there, but so I know what it's like to need a shop, need a lift, and maybe even a pit would be nice, wouldn't it? Have a pit out here. So, and a lift and all that, just a full shop. Like I said, I want to go there. I hate racing, not like that. I just hate that it's so enveloping. It's a lifestyle. It's like becoming a tattoo artist or a farmer, and it is a lifestyle. But that's okay. If you love it and love going in circles or going straight, I don't know if you hammer down and turn left, or if you just love putting it on a rail, whatever racing you're in. I just have family. Nice. So, you know what I'm saying? So you got a lift, you have everything out there. So I'm just saying, Connect, there's a lot of ways out here to do well and to come up, and it's reasonable to, even if you're building your own place, to pull a permit and to do it legally if you want to. If not, who cares? Just do whatever you want out here. So this is your racing is motorcycles. Outstanding. Well, again, Connecticut out here, what I'd recommend that you do with this property, if you want to sit out here and just tool all day, I'll give you this real quick and let me get up and feed my dogs. I have a business, and I still might do this with Kevin, but you're more than welcome to take opportunity. You'd be the perfect person to do this, Connecticut. You'd be the perfect. I'd even consider going into business and doing this with you. Again, if you would consider coming out here. I have a business that I did, but I sold the whole the business off already. I bought and purchased almost everything for the business, and then COVID came and I flushed, because I'm like, man, I just didn't know what was going on with Connect. So I have a business that I've got all the graphic design and stuff for it. And we could change up anything. It's called Rabbit Tracks. Okay. And Rabbit Tracks is a family fun park out here in the desert. Just hear me out, Connecticut. Since you already work on bikes and stuff, what I was going to do is, we have the dunes, we have the sand downs out here, and listen, Connecticut, they never stop coming out here. They used to not come. We have the dunes over there on the coast. If you know what Sandfest is, oh, you're the perfect person to do this with. Listen to me though, Connecticut, you're the perfect person to do this. Do this with me, Connecticut. Do this, just in head, game this with me in head, and maybe we can make this happen later. Look, we have the Northern Hemisphere's largest set of sand dunes. Do you know what Dune Fest is? You do know what Dune Fest is on the Oregon coast. I hope you know what Dune Fest and Sand Fest is, or I don't believe you ride bikes or quads or anything like that. Anybody who rides bikes or quads knows what Dune Fest is in Oregon. It's a big event. It's a big sponsor event. Okay. We have the Northern Hemisphere's largest set of sand dunes out here. And these people before the COVID used to come out here in their $250,000, $500,000, $1 and $2 million outfits. You know what I'm saying, Kinetic? You know what I'm saying? Because they got 3 or 4 of those side-by-sides in there now, and 2 quads, and 2 bikes, with the $200,000 truck, with the hauler, and before the Kinetic, before the COVID, they would come out here during the summer months, before the summer months. And it's not like they weren't popular before, but those side-by-sides are like the thing now. Hardly anybody rides a bike or a quad anymore. Not that they don't, but these side-by-sides are like where it's at. So Kinetic, since the COVID, they haven't stopped coming out here. They come out here in the winter all year long. Right, allegedly, and people get hurt, but it's much safer than obviously having a shell around you and being strapped in and having. I mean, I grew up riding, pilots and Odysseys and anyway. So I grew up on bikes. We'd have a lot familiar. But hear me out. So that's why I think this is so cool. But listen here. So they have Sandfest and they have Dune Fest and they have these. That's a very big thing on the Oregon coastline. My brothers were into NASCAR and racing, and so I didn't know if you went in circles or whatever you did. Anyways, these dunes out here never stop. They just year round at our local gas station. They just keep coming in, and these people come in and they spend money at the grocery store and spend money at our local. Cool. Yeah, they were all right. They're just laying here. They'll be okay. They're both sleeping. But hear me. I want to say this. This would be so awesome to do with somebody like you, because I need somebody who's understands bikes too, and something like what I'm telling you. There we go. So they have these huge outfits that come out here, and they just keep coming out to the dunes year round now. Okay, Kinetic. They used to slow down during the winter months, and I don't care if it's snowing out here or what. They still come out here in their big outfits and they go out there. The MX track sits right here. You go out to Fossil Lake. Okay, so amazing, and there's trail riding and stuff around here. So if you like to ride or that, so what I was going to do now, hear me out. That's if you want to go ride quads and jump and go off the dunes, and we got the MX track. Wah, 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 right? All this. I mean, these bikes are amazing now. I can't believe the way these things actually, I rode bikes when we had 2, springs, not even a mono shock. Bam! Hit the bottom of the pan. Send it. Yep. Anyway, there I'm a CR80 jumping that thing 10, 12 feet in the air. 1980 CR80. So, but anyway, I was just whatever. I was thinking young back when I was a kid. So hear me out. So listen to what I'm saying. Hear me out. Kinetic. I bought this business and I did all the legwork on it. So what I'm talking about is renting out quad rentals, Kinetic, quad rentals, rabbit tracks, family fun park. Nobody's going room like this. Nobody's doing that. Everything is governed. It's like our little go-kart track, but out here, because you got 20 acres and I got access to tires and we can grade it and all that. Listen, you can rent these out. I've done the rentals because they have a rental park in Bend where they rent out carts. You can get between 75 and I think 125 to 150 an hour. Now I bought 9 and I was going to buy one more, but I bought 9. And I bought those little Predators. I bought the Honda clones. Because hear me out, Kinetic. Even if you're like, no, but just hear me out. I mean, I'd love to have the 90 or whatever. But these clones are so close. I mean, I shipped some in from, whatever, and went and shipped them in and put them together myself. It was pretty. There we go. So no burp, right? Everything's spaced. Nobody catches up with each other. The adults go the same speed as the kids do. We put them out on intervals. There you go. So you know what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. And these are fine. Kinetic, because listen, they're nice looking. They look just like a Raptor. They just look like one of these brand new bikes, but they're a Honda clone. We're going to sell them every 3 months, 6 months, however long it takes, hear me out, Kinetic, to pay for the unit itself, which shouldn't take long. We kick it out and you'll sell it out here. If you own this business, Rabbit Tracks, you'll be able to sell that and sell it and get a new one coming in. So you're going to keep your inventory as fresh as you can. Always new. If the new model comes in, you buy it because it don't matter, and you sell the old one. And you're not going to put that many hours, and they're only going to be governed. They're not even going like go-karts. It's a family fun track. Brr, it's more about what you see. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I already bought 9 of these guys. I bought 9 of them. I had the little 50s, the 125s, and a couple of the 250s. The only other thing I didn't have out here is I wanted a 4-seater for people who are wheelchair bound. So I could put them in and they could go out and have handicap ability for the handicap. So I wasn't going to open up until I had that handicap accessibility out here. And I was this close, guys. I was, but I wanted that. I didn't know how to do it with the side-by-side because that was a lot more. I mean, that investment alone for me. Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're still driving. So watch, Kinetic. So I have a figure 8 track. Kinetic, we have a figure 8 track. We don't charge them to ride on that. There you go. Thank you. You got it. What I'm saying. No, everybody's space. So nobody can really catch up to each other. Nobody catches up. It's not racing. It's a family fun park. So hear me out. There you go. See why I didn't want to open it up yet? I wanted to offer that, Kinetic, to the public and offer that service. Not that much. Love my AR-15. It really isn't that much because you make them sign a policy. Right? You make them sign a policy, and I can still put insurance on the business, which is smart not to not have it just in case. It really wasn't that expensive. You open up something which is called like an inland marine policy, which allows the mobility to have some. It's a similar policy. I carry the same thing when I did landscaping. I think I paid like $200 a month or something for it. So it was, less than $2,000 a year for $3 million worth of insurance. And you waiver. Everybody waivers. Nobody waivers. They do this at all the tracks. Anyways, they got other ways out here where you got to get a license with their thing to get them in. And it's part of their certification. Yep, there we go. See, thank you. It's just part of the deal. And they're not going to feel weird about having to sign a waiver. So you do this, you protect yourself, and you carry insurance, which is smart on your business, on the business. But hear me out now, Kinetic. I got money, Kinetic. I got a family with 3 kids, right? I got a family with 3. I got a little boy and 2 girls, right? A little boy and 2 girls and my wife. And I live in a really nice condo, right? Yes, there we go, too. In every race, it's part of racing. When you check into the pits, you have to sign in before you get your pit pass. You sign in as a race car driver. You sign in at the track. It's just part of your waiver. So excellent. Thanks for bringing it up. So it's okay. It's a business that can be done out here without having too much liability. Yeah, see, but this doesn't take a lot, Connect. See what I'm saying? This doesn't take a lot. I mean, I would help somebody like you with this. I mean, get this off the ground. I already bought all this stuff at one time. I just didn't have and I had the place to do it, and I had the font going. I had all the rabbit tracks and everything. But that's all right. Don't worry about it. That don't matter. You can get all back out here because so here's what I'm saying. Kinetic, you got these families that live in a townhouse. They live right next to their neighbor. Some people in these big houses, look at what just all these houses burned down in LA. A lot of them didn't have garages, but they've got 3 kids. And they live in a condo, in a big condo or something, like this. They don't have a garage and they can't go out and that means they have to own 5 quads. That family of 5 has to have 5 quads. 3 for the kids. 2, they have to have a trailer. They have to have all the gear. You ride. Chest plates, boots, gloves, hat, jerseys, helmets, all the riding gear, right? The fuel cans, all the extras that it takes just to ride. Coolers full of food, the whole thing. It's not cheap, right? So hear me out. So this is not something that a family of 5 can pull off. You know what I'm saying? They can't just go buy the quads. They don't have anywhere to store. How do they have that experience? They can't have that experience to go ride in the desert, but they can come out here to this family fun park and have the experience. And guess what? Some of these people, if they want, I've got an excellent mechanic, Kinetic. He keeps these things top notch. They run like new. And as soon as we pay him off, Kinetic, at $125 an hour, it doesn't take long to pay off that $1,000 little quad. 10 trips around the track and it's sold. Sell it, get it out of here if we can, and order the new one. So they don't need to be worked on much. You know what I'm saying, Kinetic? They just need preventive maintenance, and you know what I'm talking about. And we're only dealing with 4-strokes governed. That's actually probably be more of a problem, is they don't get to wrap out. We'll probably have to take them back out off of the track and open that set screw and burn out all that carbon on them, and then figure out how many screws it takes to put it back down and get them back down to govern. Because I want them to go out on intervals and have a nice big track and really look at the scenery out here. More of the surface area too. It's going to be more about the surface area you're on. You know what I'm saying? Different surfaces, red rock and gravel and maybe paved, and even right on grass or sod, on a big patch of sod you ride on, new grass, or, and you're looking around at your scenery because you're not ever getting your tires. There's no rum. It's just one speed. The big ones go the same as the slow ones. So if somebody's actually probably a little bit heavier, we might have to compensate, say, hey, we need to let them go a little bit further away. The family or something, if they're a little more, be able to adjust that. And that's where I need somebody like you to connect, I'm saying, to help me out with things like that when we get out the track, because I don't want anybody ever getting close to anybody. That way nobody ever wrecks. So they start out, if you hear me out, with a free trial run on a figure 8. We turn them this way, they turn the bike around, and they go the other way. Actually, we'll probably have both turns. So we probably turn them around and then see if they can go the other way. Turn left and turn right. If they've never ridden before. Not put their feet down. You got to give the basic course. So you give them that time for free. Of course, they're going to sign up and ask to, pay further. But if they can't ride, then we'll refund their money back. You know what I'm saying? They're just not set to ride. So you're not just going to throw somebody out on the track at first, which is probably for your own safety. So you have a little figure 8 track. You can see if they can turn left and turn right and go straight. And, you just put them on there independently. If somebody's ridden before, you can, but if somebody needs. So you have this figure 8, kind of like you have a bunny hill. But I'm telling you, you could fill this track up year round. You could do it year round out here. If you had the right surface and you weren't worried about mud, they could go out here year round. If you do the math, you need about 9 of them. I think that's what I had, because I had 3 of the smaller, 2 of the 125s, and then 2 of the others that I was waiting. I had one in a box in a crate still. But it doesn't take a lot of upfront cost too, is what I'm saying. There's not a lot of upfront cost. Most of your cost is purchasing those first quads, which I could help cover something like that too in the future. And then it's just a matter of ordering that new quad in time when that one pays itself off. So not only are you renting these out, then you're offering, if you hear me out now on this, Kinetic, is you say, hey, if you'd like, we'll ungovern this and you can take it to the dunes. You can buy it today and go to the dunes with it. And I'm sure if you're in bike riding or something like that, you might be able to get a line on gear or something for them. Mountain coasters, cool. Yeah, we got that out here. We got stuff like that out here. There's sand dunes. We could run. Here's another thing out here, guys, that somebody could do out in this valley. Nobody's doing any. We have the Black Hills, Table Rock. We have Crack in the Ground, Hole in the Ground, Fort Rock. We have all these places around here. Nobody's doing a little tour around this valley. Within a half hour, you could be at all these different sites around here. Right where I'm at, we could do it from here. You know what I'm saying? Somebody could take people out to the dunes, take them up to the Black Hills, take them up to Table Rock, take them over to Fort Rock, take them to Crack in the Ground, take them to Hole in the Ground. There's all these sites that people could see right around here. Summer Lake, the hot springs. There's all this stuff that's the petroglyphs, all the painted hill, or the petroglyphs right here with all the old, petroglyphs right here at Pitcher Rock Pass. There's all this stuff within about an hour. Somebody could do a tour out here. Nobody's doing that out here. You could just tour people to the sites around here, guys, in a vehicle. There's all these different things out in this valley that are just ripe for the picking. So, Kinetic, check this out. Are you ready for this? Now we've got this event. Now, I've done this before, multiple things, because my family, not bragging, they've been in television and radio and NASCAR and dragsters and NHRA and Monster Jam and all that stuff. They're just all that nonsense. My mom's married to a race car driver, okay? So I don't even want to go into any of this for right now. I'll get too deep down the rabbit hole. So, probably, yeah, not here where I'm at, but we could just put a pole up and do a zip line, out here. So, about Dune Fest and about Sand Fest, right? One of the most popular set of sand dunes in the Northern Hemisphere. Now, listen, a lot of people come out here to Christmas Valley, Oregon to ride here at the sand dunes because the dunes are crowded a lot of the times. A lot of people go to ride the coast dunes in Oregon. The sand dunes in Oregon are very popular for people who ride motorcycles, quads, side-by-sides. It's very popular. Three-wheelers. Nobody calls it a three-wheeler. ATC, whatever. It's a very popular event where they bring in a lot of sponsors and they have big events and bring in radio and television and do big stages and giveaways. And it's a big event. Okay. If you ever heard of it. So we have out here where a lot of people come out here to ride to get away from all the traffic sometimes that can back up at the Oregon sand dunes because, this is a 20-acre lot that I'm talking about here. And that'd be plenty of room. You could put that on 5 acres, the little track on 5 acres. That'd be a ton of room. So we have the sand dunes out here. Hear me out now, Kinetic. You know what Sandfest is, right? Now we have the northern hemisphere's large set of sand dunes. Okay, we have Lapine would be the closest that way, maybe like Burns that way. So Bend is about 2 hours away from here. So we have Sandfest, Dune Fest. Now we have Hole in the Ground, Table Rock, Fort Rock, Crack in the Ground, and we have the largest set of northern sand dunes in the Northern Hemisphere. So Kinetic, if you'll do this with me, if you know what Dune Fest is or Sand Fest is, since we're out here and we have the Black Hills and Table Rock and Hole in the Ground and Crack in the Ground, I want to hold the first annual Sand in Your Crack event. Will you do it with me? They say I can't do it out here, and I will. I'll do it. I know how to get around a lot of these things. I have brothers that are very smart. Not like I care, but they know how there's things I can do that they say you can't. You want to hold the first annual Sand in Your Crack event with me? And we'll tie it off to rabbit tracks and we'll do sponsors. We'll go into Bend, Oregon, and we'll go get a free side-by-side. We'll get them to sponsor it. You like that? Hey, it fits, right? So hear me out. So I know sponsorship. I know how to do this, Kinetic. I know how to do this. You know what I'm saying. With sponsors, bikes don't ride like they ride without sponsorship. Cars don't go in circles without hammer down and turn left NASCAR without sponsorship. Cars don't go straight down the line without sponsorship. So sponsorship is everything. I know how to facilitate, how to go out and say, hey, give this. You want to be a golden sponsor, a platinum, or a silver sponsor? Sponsor this. You could be the presenting sponsor. Can-Am is the presenting sponsor of the first annual Crack in Your event and Sand in Your Crack event in Christmas Valley, Oregon. And we'll put your name all over the print. And when we do radio, and I do all the radio voiceover, first, Sand annual Crack in Your event, I'll do all the radio voiceover for it, and it will present you as a presenting sponsor. And you'll give us a side-by-side away, and you'll claim it on your taxes. And we'll give away swag. And I know how to do this. We'll get girls hot in bikinis wearing G-strings with their butts hanging out, and they'll throw stuff out in the crowd and on a stage, and we'll bring in sound stages, and we'll bring in you know, it's called swag. You throw away Can-Am keychains and Can-Am coasters and Can-Am, you know, and whatever it is for these sponsors. Yeah, there you go. But see what I'm saying? You could totally connect your kinetic with this rabbit tracks business, and we can do this Sanyo Crack event, and you'd be working on bikes out here for the rest of your, you know what I'm saying? You could work through your garage, run the little track when you want to run it. Hey, we're doing it during this time. You'd have somebody else run it for you. Hire some local farm kid. They'll work their butt off out here. So if you see what I'm saying, this place is ripe for the pickings because we can do things for the first annual. First annual, meaning we'll be back next year to have the second annual Sand in Your Crack event, where the new presenting sponsor is, right, for this event, and we'll put it on radio because I know how to do radio. Yeah, well, we just need sponsorship. I mean, Casey, you want to be a part of what I'm saying? This could be done, man, and this would be cool because, and I'm not like this. I'm not trying to do this to be famous. This would put Connect into business. It'd put them on the map out here. It would. Do you think how many people would come out here, brothers and sisters? You know what I'm saying? I already know somebody else out there in Southern Oregon that is interested in coming to my land. If I was to buy, to about cool. So yeah, there's lots. This is one idea, guys. I got out here, but this can employ. Now look how much money this is going to bring into this area. Look how much money it's going to bring into this area, this little town. It's going to help the town. So you're not doing it to be famous. This will help this town. A lot of people bring money into this town. So this will help tourism. This could help, you know, anybody wants to come here. Maybe Teresa wants to come here and I need somebody to run the book counting side of it or something, or maybe the food side. We definitely want to put a little food cart out there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm just saying? I'm not saying you'd have to, but I'm just saying, yes. You guys listen to this too. I have another thing. I don't want to get you hyped up, but this is real. I know the guy down the road, guys. I know the guy down that. I already have a property on the highway I own, but there's a property that I have a guy out here. Awesome. You can create something. We have the ability to have the four-way. Stop. It's the way, the truth, and the light, not the life, the light. He said, I am the Hados, the Aletheia. Do you speak any Greek, Prince S? Nice. We need that out here. He said, I am the Hados, I am the Aletheia, and I am the Horizo, the way, the truth, and the light. Okay? You might want to speak Greek before you start quoting scripture. You're speaking some watered-down version. I have the interlinear Texas Receptus. Here's the volume. You're speaking out of some watered-down version. So please study it in the original word it said. In Greek, it was studied in Hebrew in the Old and Greek in the New. I'm a teacher and a pastor, but I'll always take time for the word. I know. That's fine. That's fine. I just be careful with translation because translation is not transliteration. He said, I am the Hados, which means I am the narrow way, to be in the same narrow way. I am the Hados. I am the Aletheia, which is the word truth. And I am the Horizo, the way, the truth, and the light. He didn't say life. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the light, because he's a separator of dark and light. So listen to this idiot, guys. Listen to this. Look at this idiot come in here. Look at what we're talking about. Look at Mr. Dick come in here. Mr. Dickhead come in here and say something. We're sitting here talking about holding a first annual, bringing all you. This guy's like, go outside. Go outside. Okay, Richard, like you really care about anybody in this room. You're an unfruitful works of darkness. You don't care at all. You came in here, go out and get some sun. I encourage people to do that. And I got to go outside just to switch over my solar panels, man. Are you self-sufficient? Can you make your own power? Can you run a trout line? Can you skin a buck? Do you have any calluses on your hands? I don't think you have one callus on your hand. I don't think you do. I think you're just a Betty Crocker talking out the backside of your bunghole. So, okay, Richard Head, go get yourself and oh, you're a volunteer. That's good for at-risk youth. Are you worried about our children being mutilated? Are you talking about that? About how this is being done to children? You care about at-risk. What is their biggest risk? I think the biggest risk to children is the government. Are you pointing that out? the biggest risk. How many children go missing in care when they get put into things like foster and child services, more than people who don't? Are you pointing that out? You care about youth, seriously. And that's good that you volunteer, but do you care about me? You know, okay, that's fine. I don't care if you care about me. Do you really care about the youth? You know, he said you better have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair on my children's head. Do you really care about youth? Are you exposing that the system that you're probably involved in is the one crippling and taking the, how about I think Mr. Thump said about like the youth, like how many people have autism and the rate of autism? A man's hands is his ring. I must have. So you're actually saying the right stuff. So okay, I hope you're. No, I don't care about counterproductive. My delivery is who I am. You can't change who I am. You want me to be nice, and that means to be stupid, Richard. I'm not here to be nice. Okay. So, anyways, moving on. Don't be a lollipop. Christian, please, brothers, sisters, ask questions, discern, use your lexicon, use your concordance, and discern all things. Put it in your spiritual calculator, and you're not gonna worry about changing a goat into a sheep. It is good to volunteer, but expose who's destroying the youth, and that is the government. It's destroying the youth more than anybody. How about who destroyed the youth more than any other person on this rock right now? Donald John Trump. And I don't do politics, just so you know. None of it. Donald John Trump ruined children's life more than any other man to walk this rock in our current age. Are you pointing that out, Richard? Can you tell me how that happened? Can you state the statistics on how I know that I'm 100% right on that? Donald John Trump more devastated children's lives than any other man to walk this rock. I don't care what you said, Richard. I don't care what many are called, but few are chosen. He puts a deaf ear on most people. So speak up right now. Why is Donald Trump the number one destroyer of children in the world? Tell me why. I don't like none of them. George Washington was a 33-degree Mason. At least he outlawed Christmas, right? Said no unfolding entanglements, but he was still a Mason. So we'll get back on the subject, but you got to come in here and make a comment. I'm going to make a comment back to you. The government is destroying our youth. The public school systems, 5 + 5, 2 + 2 = 5, and you're okay with that. They're taking and cutting off body parts in the public school systems, and if you interfere in some states, they'll put you in jail. So I hope you're exposing what's really going on with our youth. You know, what's going on is Donald Trump spent the future generations' money already. So good. Then you understand economics then, right? No, you probably don't have any understanding. It's good that you're math. So you do. I love math. Math is my favorite thing next to the word, because at high levels of math, obviously. Well, then let me ask you this, Richard. Let me see if your level of math is up to par here. Can a computer learn? Oh, cool. Well, then you probably love the way that this economic system is been just fluffed on monetary heroin since 2008. And the patient's been kept alive under emergency monetary policy. Mr. Thump created more debt, expanded the debt more than any other pretendant ever in the history of mankind. Remember? Created he spent more money than his buddy behind Buddy Barry. Remember, he took office, the national debt was what, $9 trillion? Just answer my question. Can a computer learn anything? Can a computer learn? A computer is zeros and ones, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. A computer is a math problem. So I don't like the idea of people thinking that a computer can learn. That's an idiocracy. A computer doesn't learn. They've got people thinking computers learn. That's how they're going to trick everybody. There we go. They don't need to teach children how to write cursive anymore. So, Mr. Warp Speed spent $8.8 trillion, more money than Barry spent. He spent, what, $10 trillion in 8 years, Mr. Largest expansion of debt ever in the history of mankind. Thank you. Is probability, which is an algorithm, which is still a math problem, kinetic. It still computes. It still computates But it's still the output is still a math problem. So don't try to change it, Richard. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't change. Still an algorithm. So you know this. Finally somebody. No, that's not learning. Bull strap. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. This is the kind of you're going to make me cuss, Richard. You're going to make me cuss. No, you're not going to make something that is not. You are stretching the truth now. And you saying as a math, somebody in math, how do you do that? How would you allow that to happen? Somebody's in math. See, that's a problem that I have with you math wizards. Supposedly, you're twisted. You learn this math in a box math, you know, and teacher math. And it's all very much math is how you're taught, obviously, right? You're skilled at pick up. It's simple. Math is very simple. It's not very complex. People just want to make it something it's not. So, you know, a mathematical equation is still math. You can't change an equation. It's still basic algebra, if you will. Most everything is just your basic elementary math. It's not that complex. These people make it into something it's not too. So I hate people who take math and want to try to make it into a theory. There, I didn't cuss. A computer does not learn. A computer is a math problem. 0, 1, 0, 1. If you want to make it anything else, I rebuke you. So the one reason I want to say this is because this is where they're taking us, brothers and sisters, telling us that a computer can learn. And if a computer can learn, then they're going to want it to have feelings. And they want it to have feelings, and they're going to want to give it rights. No. Back to what we're talking about. But this is what I see, brothers and sisters. This is the problem. Then these computers are guarding our presidents. Don't say you didn't hear it here first. So, yeah, we don't need you anymore. We got a McDonald's that can pump out McDonald's food without one single person in it. Oh, the tangent. Oh, they're doing a little tangent offset here. Somebody's studying a little math here. All right, good stuff, guys. See, that's why I like, hey, so listen, more than anything, back to what we're talking about. Guys, please, and appreciate you staying in here, Richard, okay, and let me be a little rough with you. I know my delivery, it is what it is. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to be nice. I'm not here to sup with vipers. I'm here for people who are using their time and guarding the commandments of the Father. They don't want any change. They're not trying to change the world. The only thing they could literally change would be themselves. You know, I'm not here to worry about how my delivery is, but I do appreciate the honesty that you're not candy coating, and you can feel the way you want to feel. But I do appreciate that you obviously, and just because you're educated doesn't mean that you're smart, but you obviously you have some street smarts too. You're not just some book smart person. I can already tell that. I get the energy from you. So appreciate your comments, and we just nearly be under and over what they're doing right now with us, because they're about ready to change everything, this system, into this digital system. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's going to fall for this. If you think a computer can learn, then you're going to believe in something that a computer's alive. You know what I'm saying? A computer's alive, and then you're going to think it has feelings, and then you're going to want to give it rights, guys. And these things are going to be walking our streets with rights. And that could happen within a matter of months. And don't think that something like that couldn't happen. A computer walking around with rights is scary. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know, Richard, if it's possible at this point. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? We are pretty far down this rabbit hole as far as, you know what I'm saying? You kind of should have already seen it with the Vidco, with the whole vid, you know. Number 2 coming, Johnny 5. I just seen that. Did you see that, Kinetic? I'm going to go switch these panels over, feed my dogs, and we're going to continue this discussion about coming out to this desert. You know what I'm saying? This is a good spot. Stay where you're at. Everybody's 10 toes right now. Honestly, guys, and I don't want you to panic. I really feel like you should already be where you should be. If you're not where you should be, you should kind of have the ability to be there. And then once you get there, because that can be taken from you. And do you have enough people to hold down the military drones, satellites. Mobility is going to be your biggest key, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, I'm a veteran. I was a military police in the Army, okay? I know war, and I know movement. I know war. I know war, brothers and sisters. Not that I like this, but movement in war is important, and we are at war, guys. We're at war. How are we able to sit here during a world war and just talk like this? God is being so forgiving right now. God is being so merciful and so graceful to us to allow our time to put extra oil in our lamps. You know what I'm saying? And to have our loins girded in his service. So when he returns, he might not come back for 1,000 years, brothers and sisters. Nobody knows the day or there, but we got to be like, we died today, and then he comes back in the hour, and then the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust. That's our time. That's what he's talking about right there, brothers and sisters. We need to be ready like every day, because we could die yesterday. We could have died in that Hurricane Helene. Look at all these people in LA right now with all these fires. We are so blessed right now to be in a time where we can even be here, and my house isn't on fire, and I got food, and I got a warm coffee. I got freeze-dried food for other people, guys. Some of us are blessed. So use this time right now very wisely, because I believe this time of grace and mercy is already ending. For a lot of people, their apocalypse, which is not Armageddon, is happening today. And it already happened. There are people freezing their butts off right now in North Carolina, brothers and sisters, and there are people burning to death in LA. Fire and ice, brothers and sisters. These rituals already started. These revelations have already started. No, I'm over off of the 31. Over off the 31 in Silver Lake. Down the 31. Crescent, that's that ring. Look at that ring. So we'll come back in. This is an excellent live stream, guys. I wanted to come in live last night. I knew there'd be a lot of people, but something makes me not do the live streams on Fridays, Saturdays, late at night. And I come in, I go to bed earlier, and I actually lay down, or I sit there with sup with Father and pray a little bit, and then I pass out and I get up early. So same thing. I'm on this cycle. I always get up at 3 o'clock now. It's my favorite time. I'm back to my old schedule. It always happens to me in the winter. Father does to me, because I don't go by the clock. I go by my internal clock. So 3 o'clock rolls, I'm out of bed, and I'm supping with Father for a couple hours. And then man, that sucks, man. You're in SoCal? Man, that sucks. I mean, I was born in San Fernando. I think Granada Hills Hospital is probably burnt down, where I was even born. All that, San Fernando Valley, all that. I don't think that any of that place stands a chance. The winds just shifted over there again, brothers and sisters down there. And so look at these houses too, burning from the inside out. Same thing as paradise, guys. I'm telling you, be ready. Nice. Nice. Yeah, some of us, our schedule's all off. So I don't go by a clock. I try to live on ish time. I'll be back-ish in a minute-ish. I got to change the things here and feed the dogs. I don't know how long it'll take me. It might take me 5 minutes-ish. I'll be back-ish. See how I leave me some wiggle room-ish? Use ish. Put ish on the end of your time. Leave yourself an out. Leave yourself an out. Ish. Don't be pressed for time. Don't let anybody press you for time. Seriously, guys, don't live like that. You got to make appointments and stuff, I'm sure, but get out of that routine. Stop thinking about time. Think about why you're here. Sup with the word. Spend your time with others, in the narrow way, and then use your time wisely when you can, I'm on an ish time, always ish. I like that. Love you, Teresa. That's beautiful. I like it. I'm on ish time, always ish, and you're not going to get me to, oh man, 11.2. Oh yeah, we're almost, we better change these solar panels. Thank you. What a cool live stream. You guys are the best. All right, get some more wood. Pretty chilly out here at the cabin. We got down in the 20s this morning. Supposed to get down into the teens this week. Looks like we got a little bit of snow. Just a sprinkling there last night. That happened, I think, actually before I went to bed. Yeah, it's in the 20s, I think. It wasn't too bad. Like I said, my windows, I need to get my windows. So it's been pretty mild, actually, in this desert. If you look over the last 7 or 8 years, it's been extremely mild compared to how it's been out here before in the past. So, okay, watch it, buddy. Are we charging back up? All right, we're charging back up. We got the panels going back up. Oh, my big guy just laying on the couch. Big guy. Oh, I didn't grab the kitchen table. Let's get you guys taken care of here. Mr. Tago's bowl. We're getting the kitties first. Get this first. Be the puppets. Gotta be the puppet boys. First, yeah, the big breakfast for the big guys. Big breakfast. Alright. Mr. Bowbone. Mr. Bowbone. Use a good Bowbone. Check with these kitties, make sure that thing didn't slide off on the kittens. Eat your breakfast. Eat your breakfast. Good boy. You get them solar panel cords untangled there. Alright, who still got in here? Appreciate it, guys. Had to get those solar panels straight there. We're charging back up. Yes, we got 11.8. Alright, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're charging. Where'd my coffee go? Coffee. All right. So, here we got Bobby up here being a good boy with the dad. Oh, hey, you're gonna knock over my coffee. Got my coffee in my hand, or goofball. Goofy boy. Goofy guy. You're being silly, boy. You're being silly, guy. No kisses. Oh my gosh, he's going crazy. The other boy's going crazy. And was a dead? He was a dead? Oh, he was a dead. He was a dead. Oh, you're gonna knock my coffee out of my hand. All right, he's over here trying to knock my coffee out of my hand. Oh, Kinetic, you auditor? Did you ever go look at my audit? Nobody ever heard anybody back about my audit. So I've got one of the best audits on the net. So I believe so. Wait till you get some of the. What about my audit of my subrogation of my merchant number? That's an audit right there. That's an audit that's never been done. Well, it's been done, but it's only a few times. That's an audit when you audit the judge. You know how to audit a clerk? In an open courtroom, did you ever get to see my audit of Dave Vanderberg? The subrogation on 12/9/2025? 4. It's 2025 now. So, their silly knucklehead should have just granted my motion to remove counsel, but instead they had a hearing to fire my counsel. You can't fire somebody you didn't pay for. So these people are very bad at their job. So that's why last time I went in there, I was just correcting. So that's a good, go watch the 12/9 24 audit of Dave Vanderberg. Watch the subrogation of the merchant number. Me put the court on notice of liability 4 times for all damages involved in the case. So better be auditing your public officials and the capacity of their duty. They have no right to privacy. When you're in public, you have no right to privacy. And if they're operating in community service or as a public servant, we're supposed to be auditing them. How do we know when they're doing something wrong? Stick a camera in their face every time they're on the job. So people are just too afraid. They're a bunch of bootlickers. So we should be standing up to perverted law. That's what Christ did. He stood up to the perverted law. Did he not? Yes, he did. He stood up to the halakha and the haggadah. You just don't know who Christ is. You believe in some other Christ, some other Hamashiach, some other Jesus, some other gospel. Most people don't truly understand the true gospel. They believe in some watered down Jesus. Yeah, halakha was the Aramaic law that was taken from the Torah. It was called the halakha and the haggadah. Yes. There you go. I already teach all that. That's an organic, natural right. They don't have the right to cost your body. You don't have the right. So, this is the time we live in, though, brothers, sisters, because people don't even realize that America is not a constitutional republic anymore. It's a corporation. So, but I've done some things on this channel that have only been done a couple times in history. So I'm thankful, Father, for having this blessing. Yeah, this ministry has been such a blessing, you know. Two-stroke gasoline mix. Oh, yeah. You got it burning out the end of the pipe there. So, but either way, brothers, sisters, you know, he's made it very clear that, you know, you can't change anything. So all these people talking about these things that they don't know what they're talking about is it's their own demise, you know. And It's their own self-will, porneia. They're auto-driven, autonomous. And the Greek word is porneia. So their halakha and their haggadah is their own version. They orally speak it and write down these things that don't have anything to do with the original scripture. So it's already had happened, time immemorial. These things, just nothing new under the sun. They do the same thing, and did the things at the time of Christ. So either way, no worries. You'll know them by their unfruitful works of darkness. They're children of darkness. They do tree worship. They're tree. They worship the tree. Moloch. Remember, Satan, the tree represents the tree. Satan. Nimrod, pole worship, tree worship. You know them right by their fruit. They're easy to see. Children of darkness. Unfruitful works of darkness. See, it's easy. So that's the problem with people. They're Nimrods. They go after traditions of men. So that's what people do. And they're missing the point why we're here. They don't understand. They're programmed like a virus that's not alive. It's not even a living organism. Nope. They're not even alive. They've been programmed, pre-programmed to do works of darkness. There's two kinds of light in a vessel, correct? Dark and light, but they don't mix. So audit your public officials, audit everybody you come across, and if they're doing works of darkness, show them to the narrow way. Don't worry about changing a goat into a sheep or a sheep into a goat. It's not possible. Children of darkness are always going to be works of darkness. You can't change a goat into a sheep. I said that. You'll know them by their fruit. Unfruitful works of darkness. See? There you go. It's not very hard. But the work, it's not in them. They don't put in the time. They don't put in the, he said, have your loins girded in my service. They don't do work. They're not workers of light. They're workers of dark. They work in darkness. So it's easy to see. Christ was not hung on a cross. He was hung on a tree. Nimrod, tree. Baal in the grove, tree worship is Jesus. So I hope you're not going after that baby manger Jesus born in the middle of the winter, tree. So it's pretty easy to see, isn't it? They're pre-programmed to do works of darkness. So what kind of work are you doing? So you still got to do the flesh. So anyways, we'll talk about these things of this flesh right now, because that's all people do is worldly things. But you still have to do, look after this temple. So you can't just throw the life away, throw the flesh away, although it would be nice to do. Just get rid of it and toss it to the side. Go back to who you really are. Because you're not this flesh. That's not who. This meat suit doesn't define who I am. Anything I've ever touched, taste, saw, smelled, it's all, that's not who I am. I'm not this flesh. That doesn't define anything who I am. Who I am was before I came into this meat suit, and who I'll be after I am left this meat suit. That is who I am. That's who I've always been. So try to remember, you have organic rights. I am rights, natural rights, laws of this land, if you will. So try to remember, go back to your core of who you are, and you'll know that these things are naturally inside of you. Like even the Testament now, it's written on our hearts, not on stone or scrolls or tablets or tables or books, or it's written on our hearts. So he'll reveal these things too if you seek them. But you have to seek Galatia, not some job or some fortune. Ask and you shall receive. He's not talking about riches of monetary gain. He's talking about riches that you couldn't put in a safe. Wouldn't fit in a safe. Couldn't even measure it. Wealth beyond you could put in a treasure chest. Aletheia, truth and knowledge, busos. That's where he lies. He lies in the truth, undefiled, unchanged, like math. has to add up. He said, I am the Hados. I am the narrow way, in the same way. Are you in the same way? So hope you're standing up to the law, because that's what Christ did, and they killed him for standing up against the law. They had perverted the law. So most people just love the system, and they love to lick the boot. They're pig lickers, boot lickers. They lick the government. People in government are the pigs, not just the clown ones that wear badges and the fake ones that wear black robes. They don't have any authority. They're not operating into judicial capacity. They're operating under commerce. All crimes in this corporation called America are crimes of commerce. So Father warned us about this. A man's enemies to be one of his own household. Boom! It's been there all along. I've been telling you. It's in Matthew 10, 34 through 39. A man's enemies to be one of his own household. Pigs, people in government. He said, you turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Remember? He doesn't like taxation. No taxation without representation, remember? 8 families, as I was saying earlier, hold nearly 50% of this rock's wealth. That's disgusting. Father said, be charitable. So shouldn't be hard to see who's creating all this taxation. Do you think our founding creators wanted people to get their house swatted if they didn't pay a ticket for having their lawn grow too tall? Codes and ordinances and mandate. You think that's what the founding fathers had in mind? It's these banksters who put out these codes, ordinances, mandates, so you know. Yeah, and you never heard a song called F the Firefighters, have you? Nope, because they're selfless. They run into a burning building, he or she, without thought of their own life. I thought that's the way the pigs, the clown cops were supposed to be operating. Public servants, community servants, they're more afraid for officer safety. Those are the 2 stupidest words I've ever heard in my life. Officer safety. Go find a new line of work. You're not fit for the job. You're supposed to be like a firefighter, run into public and give your life. See, pigs, they're all pigs. All they care about now is their paycheck. The beasts, their agape is ching, ching, bling, bling, asset seizure, forfeiture. You ever heard of that law in America, the corporation, where if they believe your money was involved or anything was involved in a crime related to any kind of drug, it could be seized from you. They don't have to even give you a receipt. Some people in this chat might know exactly what I'm talking about. These people are warned outside this country about coming here. They'll take your stuff. Like they say, like 99% of the money has some kind of residue on it. Boom! They can for anything, brothers, sisters. These people plant, remember? They'll put plants on people. Plant things. They do what they want. It's a corporation. Yeah. Banksters. The banksters. The J.P. Chase and the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the Berkshire Hathaways and the Soroses and the Clintons and the Trumps and the Bidens. All these people and the Kennedys and the Reagans and the Washingtons, Masons, all of them related to the Queen, pigs, people in government. So don't give your authority to the pig. Stand against the pig and be persecuted for my Shem's sake, he said. They threw him in a prison. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, be like me, do what I did, conform to my image, follow after me. Nice, delete laws. Yeah, last channel, one of his videos. So I don't know why my video didn't go. I mean, I had somebody do a huge thing on my video. Some channel did a thing on that police audit video that I did. I seen it. Somebody sent me a link. There's thousands of hits on that, thousands of comments on that one video they did on it. So I find it ironic that my audit hasn't gone, and I don't care about viral, but my audit has things in it that doesn't, some of the other auditors don't do, and that's fine. So it's no worries. I don't, Father does it more than anything. But no, that's an excellent, that's, you see how many times I set those cop suckers up for a lawsuit. There's a massive lawsuit against my violation of my Fourth Amendment, my right to travel unabated without being accosted, my Miranda rights, my organic rights, warrantless search or seizure to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and my personal means of travel, my effects. You can't stop me unless I've committed a crime. And a crime is not traveling without some kind of, Christ didn't have to slap a license on the back of that ass when he ran into, you know, this is ridiculous. What do you do? Travel on people's private property and get shot? It's crazy. These people are tyrants and they're thugs, and they don't even know the enforcement, that they're not enforcing anything but commerce, ordinances, codes, and mandates. It goes much deeper than that, and it's simple as one Article 3 court in the United States of America in one single location has judicial capacity. None of these officers have any. They're not operating in a judicial capacity. They're not operating under Title 18, which is the criminal code, or nope, that's statute, that's ordinance, that's mandate, that's added. So unless they're going to charge you with a crime, they can't accost your body unless you've committed a crime. That's your Miranda right, and that's your Fourth Amendment right, 14th Amendment right. You need to know your rights and assert your rights, use your rights, or you'll lose your rights. I know my rights. I get persecuted for it. That's fine. They're making God's word come to fruition. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father. He said we'd be prosecuted. They threw him in prison, and I got shot in the face, concussion. My vision. I found more freaking tear gas today, guys, and somewhere up on the top of that thing. I didn't see it. I moved that thing behind there today, and there's more tear gas up there. So that's all they are. They're enforcers of your merchant number. It's not taxes. It's called a merchant number. If you want to speak properly, it's a merchant number. They call it a bond or a treasury. But this is something that they've assigned to you at birth. There's a number, and it's called a merchant number. And because you're a child, they've taken it from you and handle it. And you can take it back by power of attorney. You can take that merchant number back. And you can do it through a case, an open case. Any case that you have, or AKA it's a card. You're a card. They put a credit in your card, and you're the card with the 52 pickup. Remember that whole deal with Trump, and it trumps the, yeah, it's called your social, it's a credit. It's a credit card. It's called Social Security card in capital letters. Birth by contract by your first birth name in capital letters. Taken from you because you're a child and you're a straw man and you're a tin man. It's your tax ID. They wrote a movie about you. The Wizard of Oz. You did go down that yellow brick road. Did you tap your two heels together? And I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. Did you go see the Wicked Witch of the West and the North and the South and the East? All this nonsense. That make no sense, does it? Yes, it does. It's all about money to them. You're a number. You're not anything other than, all crimes are crimes of commerce in America. The constitutional republic is dead. The Constitution is not dead. Your organic rights is not dead. If you assert your rights, you won't. They might prosecute you, but you still have the right. See, all crimes are crimes of commerce. Under the corporation called America, they sell your merchant number. It's a contract on a piece of paper, like toilet paper, if you will, written. And it was a contract. And if you broke that contract because it's written on paper, you had to pay it back double. Back to the Queen. That's what the corporation is. Your capital name is the name. That's your merchant number back to the Queen. Now the King, Charles, but it's an old contract. This is old merchant law. Accounting. Crime. Criminal is a merchant. That's an accounting term. Criminal. Trespass. It's called trespassing. People have forgotten. They've made up all these different names, but the term criminal is not, that's an accounting term. Are you good with numbers, finance? You've heard that term, criminal, credit, credited for time served. All these things are merchant, finance, accounting. But you don't think so. You think that man in that black robe has authority? He doesn't have any authority. He's a clerk. He's a clerk operating in a capacity as a judge, like a big fake Wizard of Oz. Pay attention to the man on the big screen. Fear the big screen. It's that chief of finance he's working for. He don't have no authority, and he doesn't either. The chief of finance is what they call the district attorney, brothers and sisters, and the district attorney is the prosecuting attorney, and he doesn't have any authority, just like that fake clown judge right there. He's Chuck E. Cheese. There's only one Article 3 court in the United States, and they have to be operating. See, this is not some kind of democracy where there's a two-party system or you can't cross the king's land because, serfdom. That is not how this works. This was a constitutional republic. Well, in a sense, but in a sense, that is true because the banksters are the one who've taken over your merchant number and they sell that. But it truly would be not just the weffers, but the banksters, like Teresa said earlier, the banksters. She said gangsters, but she said the same thing, banksters. Banksters, they're JP, Chase Morgan, Rockefeller, Rothschilds, all these big corps. See, you're part of this corp. The corp is you. You're dead. They birthed your death contract from birth. Certified by contract, by number. And this is related to these banksters who sell this in the stock exchange. The New York Stock Exchange, selling that bond or that U.S. Treasury, which is your labor. Not only do you pay do you get taxed, but you go put in a men's prison. You pay for Bob to give you a sandwich. You ever seen the movie Harold and Kumar? It's a sandwich, and you'll get double pump because Bob's buddy behind rocking you like one of those horses. You put the quarters in, and you just go back and forth, and you're paying to get that sandwich. Eating the sandwich by Bob's buddy is behind you, double rocking you, and you're paying for that. And the rest of the money just got sent to Ukraine. Another $500 million. And you paid to eat that sandwich too, by the way. And that judge said, okay, chief of finance, I'm going to put these charges against him under this revised statute. And if he'll go for it, he's a child. He don't know. We'll just rock him like a horse. And Bob, and yeah, that's what happens. You pay for your own rocking horse and your get double stuff like an Oreo. It's pretty sickening, this corporation. See, you're dead. That corp, you pay for that enslavement, and you pay for the sandwich, you pay for the double stuffed Oreo. And the man in the joint, saltpeter, and you're paying for your own Peter salt to be Peterized. Thank you, Teresa. You're paying to be Petered. Stiff Peter, not no more. Maybe you'll keep it to yourself, Mr. Rocket Man. Burning out his own fuse up here alone, huh? So I'm serious, guys. This is happening, and this is part of the corp. That's why they charge you under these revised statutes. A statute, huh? If it's a statute, it can only be under the Title 18. But that's crazy that it happens like that. No, it's not happening in the women's prisons like that, but it's still, they're paying for their enslavement. And if you've ever seen a women's prison, women are creative. All I can tell you that. I don't know if it's their emotional side or what, but they do some things in prison men could never dream of. Seriously, you put a bunch of hens in a hen house and they'll figure out the pecking order, won't they? Yeah, they will. You women are brutal. Especially, I know I've been prison guard and all that nonsense, been a police. Yeah, absolutely. It sucks because everybody in there is an idiot and they love their system and they go for the bar gain. And 98.5% of cases take a bar. You reach over in a men's prison, you grab the bar, and guess what? Here comes Bob's buddy, and you lift up your head after he picked up, and there comes Bob with that sandwich. Now, it doesn't happen in women's prisons, but again, I don't mean to keep referring to that, but it's called a bar gain. So you reach over and you grab the bar, and they gain. You're paying in there for that. It's called, there's a reason why they call it a plea. Please, please, please let me gain for the bar. 98.5% of cases in America, whether federal, state, or county, take a gain for the bar, for the queen, the bar. Who do you think that chief of finance is giving out his authority to, his loyalty to? Not to America. Not to America. He's giving it to the bar. So is that attorney that you pay $100 million to. Do you understand? The bar, that is your merchant number, brothers and sisters. That's who these people are signed out to. That chief of finance, it all circles around that prosecuting attorney, the district attorney, which is the chief of finance. He's the one who signs your secret indictment and signs for those charges. So, this is happening, whether you understand it or not. What is going on? See, prior to this being changed to a corporation, in order to be charged with a crime or trespassed, it has to be under the Title 18 statutes. Please listen to me. This is not complex. It has to be under the original Title 18 statutes, because the Title 18 statutes are criminal statutes which were adjudicated, legislated, and executive branches of our House, Congress, and Senate. They were put not just through one serfdom. By the Queen's rule, you can't enter the land, right? Democracy, that's a two-party system. That's flawed. Hey, it's 59 or 51 to 49. Let's pay off these three schmucks over here. We'll have it back in our favor. A two-party system is not the way this constitutional republic was founded. As House, Congress, and Senate, judicial, legislative, and executive branches of our government, brothers and sisters. So I don't care if they're bringing up you on federal charges, RICO charges, state, county. They got me on 4 felonies right now in a misdemeanor. And I don't even recognize it. Revised statute, I ain't some revised statute. That's for code. That was put in after the Constitutional Republic was changed to a corporation. I'm not part of the corp. And you can't charge me with a revised statute. That's criminal code. That's not under the original Title 18 statutes that were adjudicated through Congress, House, legislated, through our House, Congress, and executive branches of our government, the way our constitutional republic was set up. And those were added later, not going through all three forms of those branches. That's why when Trump issues an executive order, that's illegal. That's not constitutional. An executive order is not constitutional. No, it's not. Congress is the one who passes laws, correct? But it has to go through the House, the Congress, and the Senate, right? The judicial, the legislative, and the executive branches of our government. And anything that's not gone through that process is not legal, not constitutional. So anything added, yes, that's not legal. The ATF has no authority. They're a corporation. Notice they're one of these alphabet soup agencies. So this Title 18 original statutes, brothers and sisters, are the only constitutional criminal statutes that you can be charged under the Constitution and be constitutional. It has to happen in a Title III court. Title III court. And they're not going to, they're just going to, oh my goodness, my phone is dying. I didn't see that. My battery. Hold on, let me plug in my phone. I'm going to get up here in a minute and get something to eat myself, brothers and sisters. Come on, go, work. Okay, hey, we're charged in. So they're not going to, they're going to do that with Operation Love Boat, Shaquilla. You mark these words, and if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong. That's how they're going to do it under the guise of this, get in these cities and relocation, and they're just going to come, and that's when it's going to happen. No more second in America. I see that as plain as this big old nose that I got on my face. And I told you why I don't like that. For people like you. Get off me, you big mother. Bam, bam. And I would hope that would never happen to you, Shaquilla. You'd never have to take somebody's life to protect your own orifices from being violated by a man who can overtake your orifices. That's why we never give up our Second Amendment rights, ladies. I'm not a lady, but hear me out. As a veteran, as a understanding of your Second Amendment constitutional right, and I don't want you to ever have to do that. A man can always, we have a Second Amendment so that we can, First Amendment comes first ballots, Second Amendment comes second, then bullets, okay? So we use our First Amendment. I'm not calling for any violence. But if a man is going to be violent with a woman and try to a man can overtake a woman, brothers, sisters. I'm a military veteran. We have different physical body makeup, different physical standards. That's why they can tell who you are 1,000 years from now. You can put on a chainmail purse and walk around with your little thing and a pearl necklace and identify as something. They're going to dig you up 1,000 years from now and say, I see your pelvic bone. I see your structure. That's a dude. So you can't change our structure. And so never, ever, women, never, ever. And I have to say this, men of America, you're weak men. You should have spoken up a long time ago. So I know why these women are so strong now, because you men are so weak and you don't care about these women's rights. You only care about yours. When we speak of Second Amendment rights, we first speak of it because of our constitutional right, which our founding fathers gave us the right to peacefully form and redress grievances, forming well-regulated militias to redress grievances. And that it is not only the right of the people, but is the duty under our Declaration of Independence to overthrow a tyrannical government. And that's why we have our Second Amendment right. So you know. And you're not going to stand up to F-16s and drones and Starlink Musk satellites anymore. That time is gone. Your time is to stand up with your mouth. Use your mouth. Use the word of God as your armor. Let God fight all your battles. Put on the armor of God. Remember what Paul said. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you be able to stand against the wiles of these lying demons, distributors of fortunes, the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, the rulers of the darkness of this world. Remember the covenant he made, brothers and sisters. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Choose your battles wisely. Wherefore I say unto you, put on the whole armor of God. Please continue to read that passage. That's Ephesians 6 and 11. Continue to read what he's talking about, having that helmet of salvation. Sozo, salvation, to endure to the end to be saved. So if they shoot you in the head, they can't take your head off. They shot me in the face. They hit me in the face with a concussion grenade. I shouldn't be able to talk right now. I shouldn't be able to gather two sentences. I should be definitely unable to communicate. Although my vision is affected, my speech is still there, and I still have obviously some hearing issues, but I'm still here. Thank you, Father. They came for me, brothers and sisters, but I'm still here because Father said, helmet of salvation. The breastplate, brothers and sisters, that is our armor. Please just read, continue to read Ephesians 6 and 11. It is very important that you understand why you're here. Then read Matthew 10, 34 through 39, and maybe this life will have some more purpose for you. You understand what it is that we're here to do. We're here to stand against perverted law. More importantly, we are not to go out and speak of these things unless we know for certain. But there is something that made this constitutional republic something so different that ever been before, brothers and sisters. This wasn't some serfdom. This wasn't some democracy. This was a constitutional republic that had a House, a Congress, and a Senate that protected the right, the organic rights, the natural rights, the God-given right of the people, whether you believed in it or not. People who walk this rock have rights whether they have citizenship in this country or not. You don't know your rights. I know my rights. I'm a veteran. I assert my rights, and I get attacked for doing that. And that's good because they're making Father's words come to fruition. You'll be prosecuted, persecuted for my shem, for my name, for my authority's sake. So go ahead, bring armed men with guns. They brought 30 men to this house to try to kill me, brothers and sisters. Look into it. They thought they were going to get violence from me. They thought they were going to get me to strike back. That's what their evidence says. They have me with 4 felonies, hindering prosecution and interfering with a peace officer. Little do they know my constitutional right. If they're going to charge me with a criminal charge under a crime, I have the right under the 6th Amendment to speedy trial, fair trial, call witness in my favor, Miranda right, the right to adequate counsel. If you're going to cost my body, you have to show cause. And their cause was I was going to, if backed into a corner, I would strike. As your teacher and your pastor, I continue to teach you that over and over. This is not an eye for an eye. This is not a tooth for a tooth. I could have took 3 men's life on this property, but I didn't. Using my 4th Amendment. They had threatened me. They eventually came with guns. Shot my son. Kidnapped my daughter. Was I violent? Evidence said, YouTube, anonymous caller calls from out of state, says he would fight to the death to keep his son from going to prison. Yes, I have that affirmative defense. That's my constitutional right to protect myself from illegal prosecution. Justification defense, that is my constitutional right under my Constitution. I have that right. Excuse defense excuses me from criminal and civil liability. My actions are justified. Excused from any criminal civil actions. Affirmative defense. The constitutional definition, legal definition of affirmative defense is self-defense. So that's right. You go ahead and charge me with your revised statutes. I ain't no statute. That's revised. That wasn't adjudicated, legislated. That was not run. That's not constitutional. That's for criminal code. I'm not a code. I'm not an ordinance. I'm not a mandate. That's not laws. I don't go on dates with men. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Now it's written on my heart. That's right. I don't follow mandates. That's not a law. I don't follow codes are for corporations. Mandates are for corporations. Revised statutes, criminal code, that is not constitutional. So go ahead there, state of Oregon. Charge me with hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer. I warn you, brothers and sisters, at the beginning of this stream, it says those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace. This is your constitutional right. You have the right, if they're going to try to charge you with a criminal charge, brothers and sisters, you have what is called affirmative defense. The legal description, the legal definition of affirmative defense is self-defense. You can protect yourself from legal prosecution. Yes, you can. You have justification defense, excuse defense. These people don't know their own rights. These people in these magistrates, men in these black robes and trying to throw me in their synagogues and their courtrooms, they have no authority over me. Their evidence said in discovery that, yes, when backed into a corner, he would strike. You're damn right I have the constitutional right. Under my 4th Amendment, I have the right to be secure in my houses, papers, persons, and effects. And under Title 18, if I deem you a threat, I can apply the force necessary to eliminate the threat. I know I'm SWAT certified. Direct the threat. First man in the door. Shield man. SAS, slow and smooth. Oh, yeah, I've been SWAT certified. That didn't mean I was calling for violence. Special weapons and tactics, trained by LAPD. It's burning to the ground now. Look at that. What do you know? Interesting. So, no, the bottom line is your constitutional rights. They're protected. They're God-given, protected rights of the people, natural, organic rights. The federal government is not there to make laws. Congress is there to establish laws. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, and of religion. So stick a camera in their face. You have no right to privacy in public. Audit your public officials. Audit all of them. Why can't you bring camera in the courtroom? What's going on with that? Ask yourself that question. It's a corporation. That's right. So let's get back to the lesson. Title 18, the only time they can charge you under criminal statute, if it's been adjudicated through the House, Congress, and the Senate. That's Title 18. It has to be in an Article 3 court. Article 3 court. There's only one single location in the United States. Every one of them is a fake Bear Time Jamboree. Which Chuck E. Cheese animation animatronic would you like? Are you under the old new one that I got? I got the Bear Time Jamboree. I used to have Teddy Bear Martin, like All Dogs Go to Heaven. He was my biatch. Remember, because he was screaming my name in all capital letters? No, not in all capital letters, remember? I'm not a corporation. He said capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W. He hit red right there. I mean, double marble box red. By the time he hit small e, small r, I think he hit burgundy or maroon 5. It was one of the two. And then he went to purple rain like Prince, or he turned eggplant purple and he ran into his office. But he said my name, small c, small y. He did. I got him screaming my name, but he wasn't there at the last case that I went to. They made me show up again, drive 2 hours to see if I had some legal counsel, which they don't have for me. After 8 months after swatting my house, they still have not given me legal counsel. Yes, purple rain. He did. He turned purple. I'm serious. I brought a witness with me. He went from Marlboro box red. Well, he was like red to Marlboro box red to like maroon 5, because he was pushing by the time he got to the W, because it started with capital T, small r, small a, small c, small. I asked him if he was going to dismiss all the charges, and he said, no, capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y. I mean, you could see it. He was so flush in his face. He hit Y and he was red. I mean, and then he hit that double barber box red at the Y, and when he hit W, because he had to push the W, he went from red to maroon 5. And he got the E, small R, small N, small E, small R. He hit smoke plum, guys. He was eggplant purple rain, if you will. This is Teddy Bear Martin. That's my dog. He's the one who screams my name. Blades will, man, I've seen your progress on my timeline and offer advice with a grain of salt. Mediate gratitude, and above all, fun is actually necessary for an brain. Interesting. Yeah, there's time for work and time for play. I work hard and play hard. That's how I was taught. My dad said, when you're out there playing, you don't want to be thinking about all this. So get your work done, get your chores done, then you go outside. So anyway, so by the time he hit R, brothers, sisters, he hit purple rain. Teddy Bear Martin, my dog, all dogs go to heaven. And listen, brothers, sisters, he ran into his office, okay? And I'm letting you know that because he said that, because my name is not all capital letters. And he knows that he can't prosecute me. And that I already subrogated all the merchant number in the case. So I think we're going to do that. Let's do that. I don't think I have any. We'll plug us in here. And we'll do a for purposes, because it's just fun we need to redocument this. This is something that's only been done just a couple times in history. So this shows the power of how strong the Father is, and gives you the will to stand against these men in these black robes and these magistrates and these fake judges in these courtrooms. And oh man, I don't have no power. Okay, we're gonna have to power this bad boy back up. I'm gonna have to find a cord. I want to do this though. We need to do this for fun. You guys know that's why it's not fun. This history being made, and it's not often you're going to get to witness something like this happen. If you truly know the law and you know auditors, then I want this. This is something that I don't mean to go there, but this will literally trump any auditor's audit. This is something that should be going viral, and I don't care. I don't want it to go viral. I don't care about nothing like that. I only care about Father. He's my love. He's my Shem, Shiloh. But to be able to do what I did that day is just an absolute blessing and a stunner. Man, where'd all my cords go? That's that style. Or give me a second here. We're going to set you down up here. Cool. Hey, so in a nutshell there, Kinetic, what I could do on that before you go, because I'll let you go Yeah, take off out of here. You spent a ton of time here. Appreciate all your time of time. What I could offer you is that property. I think I have about $10,000 into that property in payments in about 5 years. I think I paid about 10 grand. I'd offer you in for somewhere near that or half of that or somewhere close. I don't know. And you can take over the payments and I'm sure we can switch it into your name. Man, I got all kinds of crap from carrying in wood. But there's other properties out here. If not, I just throw that out as an option for you. It's a beautiful property. We could talk more about it later, though. No worries. Ooh, is that one? Oh, no, that's one of those double C chords. Oh, there we go. Oop, there it is. Just charge up all these phones. That's okay. I don't need them charged right now. Oh, we had another cord. Another block. Another block. I thought I had another one of those little square ones. Yep, there it is. Oh, that's the one. And you can park your bus on that trailer today, or on that trailer, on that your bus on that property and park out there. And just start getting it. Oh, pardon me. Get some food here, sure. Get up off this. It's a little chilly out there, so this cold to burn off here. Hey. Actually, my priority is massively into this mobility, having mobility. So I'm really focused on that. I'm not trying to get too narrow in this, but I want to focus on that, not overdo it. So, all right, I wanted to put that phone. What I'm going to start doing is I have scheduled did that one not work? No. This one doesn't. Oh, what a bummer. After all that, it doesn't work. Don't I have more of those? C chord. Oh, I think it's the block. Check block. And I think it's probably the chord. That chord didn't fit right for some reason. Try it this way. Maybe it's just the block. No. It's the cord. It's no good. Should probably throw the darn thing away. Cord is no good. You're no good. You're no good. You're no good. Maybe you're no good. Mark removal is important. I move every day. You know, I gotta get that done. Connect. You know what I'm saying? This is something I'm working on. So I don't know if you're going to become part of the Toyota clan, but only people with Toyotas are going to be able to be with me. I mean, sure, you can go ahead and bring something else, but I guarantee you we're going to leave your butt behind because you ain't going to keep up. So when the whole world's fighting, I don't want to be fighting anybody. I want to be out there fishing with people like, you know, that are not wanting to fight. You know, the heck with fighting. I don't want to fight anybody. I've done enough fighting in my life. I'm going to use my mouth to fight, but come on. Yeah! We got the phone here. We got that turned on. Okay, cool. I'll probably take a pause for a cause here in a little bit and get something started to eat. Guys, I need to eat something here in a minute. I think I'm going to make some chili cheese burritos. That sounded pretty good right about now. Burritos. So, mobility. Okay, guys, on this track, mobility is everything. Everything can be taken away from you. I talk a lot about preparedness, but you got to have the ability to pick up and leave wherever you're at, guys, because brothers and sisters, you know, it says when they come to take what you have, do not fight them for what they've taken. So don't sit there and have a backup plan. My idea, again, is to have, I mean, I've learned so many times, God has shown me, don't put all your eggs in one basket. You know, I just had all my precious metals stolen from me again, twice by people that I know. This wasn't like some random thief found my stuff. This happened, you know, because, yeah, 2 backups. 1 is none, 2 is two is 1, and 3 is a backup. So 2 backups. Thank you, Kinetic. 1 is none, 2 is a backup, or 1 is none, 2 is 1, and 3 is a backup. So 2 backups, like he's saying. You actually need 3. See, you need 3. Thank you so much, Kinetic. 1 is none, 2 is 1, and 3 is a backup. So you do need to try to triplicate when you can with whatever you can. And if you can't get 1, then that's fine. But start with 1, but try to remember when you run out of that 1, you don't have a backup. So 1 is none. 2 is 1 because you have 1 backup, right? And 3, well, 3 is actually your gives you some peace of mind. Okay. So 2 is 1 because as soon as that 1's gone, you only have 1. So 1 is none. Try to remember that. It's almost like having none, if it makes sense. 1 is almost not like having anything, brothers and sisters. It's not. You don't want to find yourself with just having 1 thing. And that's better than none, but it's as close as you're going to get to none. 2 is your backup, right? No, 2 is 1. 2 is 1. 3 is your backup. That's how you'd really, truly, how a truly prepared mindset. That's how the military does everything. We triplicate everything in the military. We do it over and over. We make sure that it's just, there's no way. When you triplicate something, brothers and sisters, you pinpoint it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Like a reserve tank. And there you go. So, seriously, it's very, very important, brothers and sisters, in preparedness. You understand that he said, have extra oil. Okay. Have extra oil. And have your loins girded in his service. And that's, see, have your lamps trimmed. Trim it down. Have extra oil. And be girded in his service. There it is again. There it is again. There you go. See? There it is again. Same thing on a tank. Same thing. There has to be 3. Okay? Because when, like, for example, as a reconstructionist, if your body got, you know, I don't mean to go like this. If you got an accident and your head came severed from your body, it happens in motorcycle accidents sometimes, and I have to measure where your helmet's sitting in your head, or your head sitting in your helmet, or whatever, your helmet comes off, and I have to measure it. I can't just pull 2 measurements, brothers and sisters. I can't, for a scale drawing, to insurance, into the insurance company said, well, here's where your body was laying, here's where your helmet was at, here was this far. I have to pull 3 measurements. I have to be able to triplicate something to put it to scale and to precisely say 100% it was right there. So I want you to think about why triplication. He said, I am the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I am the Hados, I am the Aletheia, and I am the Horizo. I am the way, the truth, and the light. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important. We lay this structure out in our lifestyle too. And if we triplicate things, we're going to have a much better precision. That's why I teach you how to first use your lexicon. Your lexicon is your dictionary. right? First, take it to the definition. Second, word study it, right? I am the Hados. You're going to narrow off the translation. I am the Aletheia. That's where you're going to find the truth is in the definition, right? And I am the Orizo. I am the light undefiled. I have no translation, even definite undefiled, not one single jot, tittle, or yod, or any, it can't be defiled. That's triplicate, brothers, sisters. There's a reason he said that. The only way to the Father is through the Son. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Not Catholicism, not Trinity. 3 separate Godheads. One God, not all in one God. So don't confuse what I'm saying with some triplicate all in one. It is a very separate thing. Okay? And you would understand that's why you need to have, you can't have this all in one meal deal, all 3 in one shot. Nuh-uh. Each step is very important. That's why we have a house, a Congress, and a Senate, brothers, sisters. And if it's not in this Hados, it's not from Father. It's not. And if you stand for anything that's singularity, bi, or some false trans or tri, you've been deceived. You've been deceived. You've been deceived. You have to take the steps. You have to take the steps. So that's why I fear not anything that's happening to me, because I know it's not of Father's law, and that he's testing my flesh, and he's tested men's flesh, and he's putting men against me to test me to see if I'll strike back. But I will not. I won't. I'll get away, and I'll try to teach others how I know to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So now I have to ask this question. Kinetic, I got you in the room, and you haven't left yet, which is cool. There we go. So, Kinetic, would you in end of this age, end of this time, and in this new age we're in, knowing where we're headed, knowing that I've explained to people that you might need to leave those 4 wheels and take them and go another 4 wheels, or maybe 2 wheels. Now, here's been my dilemma, because I sold my bike, my motorcycle that I had. It was a Kawasaki K100, a little 4-stroke. That thing is a freaking animal, little ripper, little woods bike, something you can throw over a tree. So, but anyways, would you go electric? Would you go electric at this point? They're quiet. They make no noise. I'm thinking about maybe going electric for that ability. Hear me out. I get out of the Tacoma, because I really just can't push the Tacoma any further. That's where I thought I might have a 4-wheeler to untake it off my little trailer. But at this point, maybe I'm thinking it might be more wise to have one of these, because they have some nice ones now, man. And I mean, they make some really nice stuff, because we just happen to be in that age. So is that the way to go? And I'm thinking it is, because it's covert. It can be recharged with the sun. It doesn't require a fuel. Now, I know there's good and bad on both sides, but when I weigh things like this for preparedness, I'm thinking in the future, maybe electric would be the way to go in this case, because it doesn't require a fuel. You can have extra batteries. You can have a battery, you could protect that. You might not always, but you might not always have fuel either. So things like that. So you see what I'm saying? So that is, am I going down the right road here? Because I'm thinking to leave all this 2-stroke, 4-stroke behind and go to this option. I don't like it, but there's an application, not cars, little motorcycles, woods bikes. These cars on these racetracks, these motorcycles on electric bikes are kicking the pants off of some of these because of that immediate drive, like you get a 2-stroke wrap right out the gate. Somebody knows what I'm talking about, right? You get a power band 2-stroke, like right off the gate. Remember a 2-stroke? You know what I'm talking. Cool. So hear me out. That's what's burning down LA, though, too, by the way, Kinetic. So, it's all these lithium batteries. I figured it out last night. It hit me like a lead weight. They're doing multiple things, but every one of them's got lithium batteries in it. Some kind, lots of them. Smart meters, smart houses, all this lithium. That's what's happening in LA, too, guys. It's not one thing. It's multiple, but I figured out what's going on with that. So lithium, guys, this stuff can't be put out. Very hard to put out a fire of lithium. Cool. Kinetic, then I'm so glad I ran into you. Then maybe you can build my bike or build a bike or something, So there's a lot of these in people's houses. I bet you I'm working on 4 of these because of my case. Each one of these can be triggered and start a fire. Yeah, that's what. So no one knows what I'm talking about. No, I'm saying? You got that 2-stroke power band right out the gate, So actually those short 4-strokes were amazing too when they came out with the short 4-stroke too. I mean, just like a whoa, that thing was just an animal too. Remember my first time on like a 426 or, YZF or ride a bike like that had that, whole different kind of stroke to it. So anyways, I believe, guys, this has a lot to do with what's going on in LA. Lithium. You can't put out these fires. So, anyways, am I wrong? And you're smart. You got your head in the game. I think it'd be better to have an electric bike. Now, I think it'd be better to have an electric bike than it would to have a motorcycle. I don't think it makes sense. I mean, I know it's combustible. Oh, well, you take the good with the bad, and I would take theirs. It is what it is, I'm sure they'll eventually come up with something. So I think it makes more sense than to try to even find to find a bike right now. I'm talking about like you're in the woods. You got this thing strapped to the side of your 4Runner. You got this strapped to the side of your Toyota pickup. It's in the inside of your cab. It's in the back of your little tote trailer. So, I'm thinking this is the way. I'm really trying to leave this whole motorcycle thing behind with a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke little motorcycle, something small, a little woods bike, and go with something electric because it's quiet. It doesn't make noise. So I appreciate you having this conversation because I've kind of made the change because I haven't done this yet. I'm going to very soon. Like I said, I'm taking the truck in Monday to have the timing belt, the water pump, and do all this other stuff. He's like, man, that's a lot of extra maintenance, but I'm already in there, so I'll change those parts for you if you want them changed. I'm like, yep. If you're in there and you got it open, I want all the parts that you can get access to change, whether they're good or bad. I want new ones in there. So, and the price is really reasonable too. I'm really happy with the price that this Toyota dealership is giving me because then I get the Toyota certified sticker. It's done by a Toyota mechanic, and but as I've got this little Toyota pickup now, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then you can take it and you can get as far as you can on that bike, right? As far as you can ride on that bike. No, and that bike, now am I in an agreement here on this? Since Kinetic's a bike, I grew up on bikes or whatever. Yeah, exactly. So, and I don't know if I need anything that high tech, you know what I'm saying? It'd be nice, Kinetic, to have something that nice, but that bike would go where a 4-wheeler would not go, correct? You could take a motorcycle. Can you take a motorcycle further than a 4-wheeler? A little bit, right? A motorcycle will go in a little bit further than a 4-wheeler, correct? Am I wrong? A four-wheeler? Because I was thinking of getting a nice, utility quad, something to go further into the woods. Leave the truck, put camo around it, base one, get in the quad. Could you go further into the woods with the two-wheeler? Further into the terrain, I think you could with two wheels. You can make through smaller, narrow openings, and you could go a little bit further on a two-wheeler than you could on four or three wheels, correct? So the two-wheel electric bike would take you from camp point base A So that's what I'm saying. So if you wanted to do your pick, I'm thinking this electric bike might not need to ride, not ride as far, but one charge is going to get me plenty. One charge is going to get me plenty deep into the woods. See, then check this out. I know this sounds even sillier, I'm saying at this point, kinetic, but then I leave that as Camp B. And I'm sure I'm going to have some supplies strapped to that bike. You know what I'm saying? That bike will tote goat in some supplies. Yeah, there's lots of ways I can do it, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not that big, too. A quad is a lot easier. I could put that on the roof. I could put it on the side. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. So now I go further, and I know this sounds fine, but I'm way out of the way of people now, so to speak, right? Now I leave that bike. I leave the bike. I put another cargo net. It's got a little cargo net. It wouldn't take much scatter net or something. Put branches over it. I cover that. I put an azimuth out. Then I leave the bike. And I take wood supplies, and I probably got my bag. I got my go bag. I went for my go bag. I've been riding with my go bag on the back, right? I got my go bag, and I got my side saddle bags or whatever. I'd saddle bag it, put some supplies on it. Then I get off that. And I go to Camp 3. Because remember, you always have to triplicate, right? Now I'm pushing feet to land, right? I'm pushing feet to land. I go in a little bit further. It's probably somewhere where I can still see my bike. And no, down there's where the truck is at. Way down there is where the truck is at. Does that make sense, guys? You see what I'm saying? Truck, electric motorcycle, foot. Man, you sure are making a lot of plans to get away from people, Tracy. For a little bit. I don't want it to be permanent. I'm not planning on going there forever, but whenever things break down, I want to get further away. So this has been my plan. Toyota. So, Toyota, electric motorcycle, foot. Camp A, B, and C. You guys know anybody want to come see me at Camp C? I'll be deep in the bush, brothers and sisters. I don't think anybody's going to see me at that point. I'd really hoped that I'd have some people with me there too. Multiple Toyotas, multiple motorcycles, and multiple people there to sit around. And man, there's some big, whoa, my goodness. There's another one of those mushroom clouds, guys. Aren't you glad we're out here? Does that make sense, guys? I don't want violence. I want to, this isn't a permanent thing. This could be for now, and a year from now, we could do something different, but we'll have the ability to be mobile. So this is what my plan is, guys. And so I'm going to continue to work this plan as hard as I can, guys, without overdoing it. So I went and purchased another vehicle, and I'm really happy about getting this double cab Tacoma because it's the one that I was looking for. Yeah, I like that KLR, but I think that's too big of a bike compared to what you can do in a little electric bike now. I think you could beat the pants off a KLR. I love the KLR. I'm a big bike guy. I mean, remember, I've got that Valkyrie out there with a V6 motorcycle on it. I love a small bike, but I like a big bike. I can handle a bike. I grew up riding motorcycles. So I remember Gene, he said, man, you're riding that frickin' Valkyrie like it's a motorcycle, Tracy. I would not do that with that tire on the back on the dirt out here. I'm like, well, Gene, I grew up riding motorcycles. So do you want to get on and ride it? He's like, I can't ride that big a bike. And Gene's got 3 or 4 inches on me. So I like riding motorcycles. So a KLR is my perfect size bike for me. I like a lot of power underneath my, I know how to hold on. I grew up riding bikes. So they should have seen Gene when I was riding the Valkyrie out there with the V6 on the front of it. It's all dressed with bags. And he's like, dude, you're an animal. That's insane. You rode it just like it's a dirt bike. You're not supposed to ride a street bike in the dirt, Tracy, like a dirt bike. I said, it's all right. I didn't hurt it. He's like, dude, you're hard shifting that thing. It's like, it's okay. It's all right. It needed that. It's been sitting for a little while. So I didn't miss a shift. I just shifted through them real hard like that, like a motorcycle. Bop, 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 bop. So, but anyways, I like, but I want to scale down. I need something narrow, electric, something I'm going to be able to put saddlebags on. Hold on, my puppy's one in here. Probably get something to eat. What do we got here? Oh, cool. We got. You are whiny boy. You're whiny boys. Okay, give me a minute here. We're gonna get something going to eat. It's time to eat something. Let's get that going. Do its thing for a minute. So, I'll be able to charge my. Yep, solar panel. Yeah, good. Buy a good, some good quality panel. They have some really good panels now, guys. You can spend money with these new photovoltaics that have like 3 times as silver in it, and they charge really fast. This modern day solar is a lot different than it's. They even give it a different name. It's called photovoltaics, and it's a whole different kind of solar panel. That has a massive increase of ability. It can be folded, rolled, all these different ways. This tech, solar tech, is so far more advanced than most people. Hold on, let me throw some more wood in the fire here. Yeah, the solar industry has changed drastically. Through the years here, it's become so more advanced than what the average person knows. They got so many solar panels just sitting in warehouses of this solar tech. They keep releasing more and more of this new solar, and this solar just becomes more and more affordable for this older technology, which is not bad, but this newer technology is completely different than the old technology. So you need to look into, if you're looking into something like that for a good panel for off-grid, I would definitely look into this new technology. Go on, Pants. That's called photovoltaics. And like I said, it has a whole lot more silver in each one of the panels, which means it's going to charge that much quicker and hold more of a charge too. You know what I'm saying? It'll be able to have a better charge, a more cleaner charge. There's a lot more silver in it. So silver is the most conductive, most reflective metal on this rock. So more silver is going to mean a lot more power. I think there's like almost 3 ounces of silver in a panel compared to something like less than an ounce for the old panel. Yeah, so if you'll do me a favor too, Noah, if you'll look into this new technology, new tech, it's called photovoltaics. It's what we know as solar. It's called photovoltaics. It's an increasing of the silver inside of the panel, which gives it so much outstanding. Cool. Yeah, I'm off the grid right now, running my panels right now. Woo! I'm off the grid for 6 years. So look into this tech, guys. I really don't like tech, but when there's tech that we can use, we want to be able to get the best what we can get for our buck, so to speak. Don't sit there with a VCR when they got, a new CD or something like that. You're just kind of dragging it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we need to move up in tech a little bit. So if you haven't heard of this, please listen to what I'm saying. The solar industry is changing rapidly, and there's been so much advancements in the solar industry. It is now the solar industry is now called the photovoltaics. It's called photovoltaics, and it's been an increasing and more silver. And yeah, so look at American-made companies too. They're developing the same technology because they're developing it in China. China's the largest producer of solar, guys. They keep increasing their solar demand. I remember my son was in high school, and he did a report on solar back then, and he's 25 years old now. Solar LEDs are just LEDs running in reverse. That's pretty funny, kinetic. I like that. But look into the photovoltaics industry, because the increasing in efficiency and input is out there. Yeah, it's a whole different. See what I'm saying? No, it's a whole different kind of. No way. There we go. Salty Bob Ross has got it figured out. We already have a silver deficit, guys. There's been a silver deficit since 2016. Okay. Which means since 2016, there's been more demand for silver, whether it be industrial or, through like monetary, through numismatic, like collecting and more maybe investment. It's not necessarily for some people at this point because it's not, gold, but it will be worth more than gold someday in our times. No, shut up. Yes, it will. It has way more usages than gold. It's the most conductive, most reflective metal on the planet. It's been used for thousands of years as a microbial, antibacterial, colloidal silver. It's all I used. If I get sick, I use 2 things, and that's it. Well, 3 things: cannabis, But if I keep enough cannabis in my system, I shouldn't get sick. Enough vitamin C and sun and B12 from the sun. But definitely, you want to make sure that your body. Again, I always told you it's this triplicate thing that you need to make sure that you do. But if I got sick, I only use colloidal silver and iodine, and that's it. And I don't get sick. I haven't gotten sick in years. I don't get sick anymore. I used to get sick when I smoked cigarettes, but I haven't smoked cigarettes in 12 years, 15 years, something like that. So I don't get sick anymore. Nope. I'm too healthy. I'm too strong. So, but silver is been used as colloidal silver. It's used in clothing. They weave it into Band-Aids. It's used in anything that's got a switch. Silver is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Not oil, silver. Every one of these switches since World War II, circuitry, radar, sonar, LiDAR, all these different tech. There's 5,000 ounces of silver, a smart box of silver in a cruise missile, a smart meter, smart bulb. Yeah, I'm not saying that gold's not important, but it doesn't even compare to what silver is. It doesn't. It has no comparison. Gold's shiny. It's amazing. You can't blow it up though. You can put 5,000 ounces in the tip of a cruise missile and it doesn't blow up. Well, that's been going on, Ross, for how long? Since, the Hunt brothers. I know the silver industry. I have a channel that's called Silver's Like Gold. If you'd like to look into my, I teach a lot of it, but silver's like gold. So remember, silver is valued 1-to-1 at the time price. Both silver and gold remember, its price is a key of manipulation. Tool used as a tool as manipulation. Whether you got it in your safe and they make the price of it too expensive that you can't afford it, and you sell it, you're like, hold on, honey, look at this, we're going to sell it all. They print the money anyways. The central banksters who are buying more gold than they have in the history of the central banks since 1913, the central banksters. Remember, was it, who said it was a barbarous relic? Who was the old chair Fed? Bernanke? Remember, Ben Bernanke said it's an old barbarous relic. Well, then why are they buying more gold? Why did India buy more silver than any other? You guys should pay attention. This is not something that should be very hard to see. Price is a tool of manipulation. If you get it's expensive, you take it out of your safe and you give it to the banksters. They end up with it. If they make it cheap, so cheap that you figured you're going to lose your butt on it, you sell it anyways, and you get dollars for it. There's been 4,000 paper currencies since the history of paper currency. I think Chinese in the 14th century are the first ones to do it. Paper currency. Every one of them, except for the ones that are currently in circulation, have gone to zero. Gold and silver in the last 8,000 years has never gone to zero. When it says in Scripture they'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, that doesn't mean that it's not worth anything. They're already doing that today. A whole monster box at a time. Even more than that in the tip of some of these cruise missiles. 5,000 ounces of silver blown up. Remember that Iraq Iron Dome? Imagine how much silver was wasted that day. You can't blow up gold. So I'm not saying gold doesn't have value. It's finite. It can't go anywhere. That million years ago, that ounce of gold on this rock will be a million years from now will be the same ounce of gold. That's why it has value like it has. So gold's a whole separate entity. But gold does not have any comparison to silver. At the time of Christ, they valued gold and silver 1-to-1. That's what I look at. Price is a tool of manipulation. You need to look at the difference of the ratio between the two metals. As a monetary metal, meaning now this isn't, I think I got one up here. Found another piece of silver the other day. I didn't even know I had. Somebody stole all my silver. So don't tell everybody we're silver. But this is a silver buffalo. But even if this was an eagle, you know what I'm saying? Even if this was an eagle, a silver eagle, this was 1-to-1. And when this was in our money, like a silver eagle, it was 15-to-1, the ratio. God's natural ratio is it comes out of the ground at about 8, 9 to 1. For every ounce of gold they find, 10 ounces, 9 to 10 ounces of silver. Yeah, me too, but all mine got stolen 2 times now. People I knew. Both times. My retirement too. My silver was for me. I said, take the gold and bail my son out of jail. But they took my silver and took all my retirement. And I said, please don't take this from me this time. Last time, my own brother took all my silver. This time, please don't do this to me. And they did it anyways. So don't put all your eggs in one basket. I should have separated it somewhere and not told them all where it was at. But, oh well, I don't care. It's just shiny metal. They'll have to pay for what they did. You can't sit there and, you know, I'm a man of God, and although I helped them out, they took advantage of me. So, and it's either my own blood or somebody I know. So I can't wait to look them in the eye that day, because somebody is definitely not being very righteous about what they do. I go and help my son, try to keep him from going to prison. I bail him out with my gold, which I didn't have, and they turn around and steal all my precious metals from me. Yeah, that's not very nice, man. That's not very cool. So it is what it is. I don't care, but I can't wait till Father pours out a just measure on that person, because that totally changed. It made it really difficult for me after I got out of jail to not be able to operate, where I would have had some money to operate. I was nothing. I went down to nothing. And so whoever took that must have lived a life just like the last person. You know, I think it was almost 40 pounds, 36, 37, something like that, pounds of silver, which was my retirement to pay off this land that I'm on and maybe have a little money to go hold on to. Somebody decides to help himself to all of it. All of it. Doesn't leave me nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that's all right. Father will pour out a just measure. Take it from a man of God. Ooh, I still have some tortillas. Okay, I'm making me some burritos, guys. So that's the trick. Where your metals are at. And like I said, I did it to get my son out of jail. I should have separated something, you know, and maybe I'd have had something for later. So there's proof we don't put all your eggs in one basket. But I thought, you know, I said, hey, this wasn't like somebody I didn't know. You know, it's only 1 to 2 people. It's either somebody I know in the past or my daughter, one of the two. And I said, here, go in there and take the gold and bail my son out of jail right now. If you guys aren't going to help out, if you're not going to bail him, out, you're not going to help, then just take the gold and bail them out. There should be enough there. Take it. But please don't touch my silver. Please do not take my silver. I'm going to let you get access to the gold, but make sure that my silver does not get touched. Last time it got taken. And so please, it's my retirement. And so what sucks is it's 1 to 2 people. And I know both those people very well, or maybe I don't. So, but it's somebody I know. It wasn't just like somebody I didn't know. So that's pretty chicken, you know what. So one day I'll look those people in the eye and they'll have to answer for what they did. But I don't think it makes any sense to, you know, I was just helping my son out. And then, you know, I turn around and they turn around and take advantage. People are very opportunistic. So be careful not to put all your eggs in one basket. And be careful with people you know. I mean, normally when something's taken from you, it's from somebody you know, somebody nearby you, somebody close. And that's the case it was with me. But it's okay. Whatever. I cannot wait till Father, you know, they think they got away with it in this lifetime, but that was a very, very wrong thing to do to me after trying to help my son and going out and pouring out all my precious metals that I work my tail off to work for every penny I have. I don't get any income. I don't earn anything. I don't have retirement. I don't have savings. That is my savings account. I don't get military benefits. I don't get any military separation pay. I don't get Social Security. I never got a dime of frickin' child support. Nothing. So everything I work for the sweat of my brow, by my hands and my head, and then turn around and just take from me is it's unfathomable. But people don't care. And that's the people that I think that are even close. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, you know. But what hurts is it's somebody you know. It'd be like if some random thief took it, well, then I wouldn't know. Like, oh, well, I don't know. But this is somebody you know. 2 times in a row. 2 times in a row, guys. And I asked, please do not take this from me. I asked nicely, please do not take this. It was taken from me last time. I did to help somebody out. To help somebody out last time, the same thing. And it got taken by my brother. Now, I said that. No, please don't touch this. Take the gold. I don't want gold, but I just bought some to be diversified. Now, take the gold and don't touch my silver, please. No, they decided to help themselves to nearly 40 pounds of silver. Gone. That's pretty crappy, man. So when Father says pours out the measure on them, I'm sure they'll have a big payment. It'll come back probably triple fold or whatever on them. So I hope they're enjoying their lap of their whatever they're doing, but it makes no sense to me why they would do that to me, because I don't know what the hell I did deserve. I never did anything to either of those people that I know, but help those people out. Both people I don't owe a penny. I owe nothing to these people. And they think about 40 pounds of silver, how much that's been worth when it was up to 30 something, you know. And I had some specialty stuff in there. But all right, I need to get some food going here, guys. My belly, and it's probably not standing here all day long. I think it's nice enough where, yeah, we're still icy out there. Darn it. It's still icy. I got to get some more work done out here on something. On something. Thanks for coming in, Noah. Excuse me, Mr. Vance. Yeah. All right, making some burritos.
burritos. Greed is an ugly color. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay. Kessel. All right. Chili cheese burritos. All right, here we go. Chili cheese burritos. Homemade. You had to bear with me for a minute while I eat something to eat here. All right. You know I love my chili cheese burritos.
All right. Cheesy chili. Mm. Mm-hmm. We're doing kidding, girl. We're doing kidding, girl. The kidding came in. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. What do we got here? Alarm. Why is there an alarm on that? No begging, Tango. I don't do begging dogs. Dog just walked over looking at me. Look at that. Lots of cumin in there. Mm-hmm. Lots of cumin. Cumin. Mm-hmm. It's still frosty out here in the desert. A little bit. Sun shining though. Got our solar panels back up, charged. Or the one battery that's not very good. I'm just too hard on my system, so. You're supposed to have way more batteries. And I don't, so. Well. Still working. Oh, coffee and burritos. That's a different combination. Coffee and burritos. That's some good coffee. Made a little strong today. Ran out of creamer a couple of days ago, so making the coffee a little stronger. You know, girls over lit in here warming up. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Pretty little girl. Are you warming up? Kidding girl. Kidding girl. She's my girl. My little tail wagging. What a sweetie pie. That's Juniper girl out here. The high desert. Good fit name for a kitten out in the desert. Juniper girl. Got to keep this burrito together. Make sure it don't come leaking out the bottom. You go lay up there on the bed, girl. You can go get up on Dad's bed and go sleep up there. Oh yeah, got the Berkey water. Got the Berkeys. Maybe I won't eat this third burrito. Jab. Uh-oh, just take the jab. Don't take the jab. Not that kind of jab, man. Oh, man. Look at that. I just got the cheese hanging out the side of that one. Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. No jab. No bowing to the altar of Jabadooski. Mm-hmm. Look at that. She's wanting to come out the bottom, almost leaking. Gotta be professional. I know, it's hard to believe, huh? And here they are, just like, we'll just take care of everybody now. Forget about just one group. We'll just go after everybody. So, mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna hold up eating this last burrito. Oh yeah. Doing on firewood. I got a couple more pieces. I might have to go get me some more firewood. Fire. Wood. All right. Well, that was yummy. Definitely liking the what are you doing, buddy boy? Sorry, I got the big guy right down here. That's my dad. He's coming to say hi to his dad. Coming to say hi. You coming to say hi? Are the boys? All my boys? My big guys? Better, boy. No kisses. No kisses. No kisses for Dad. No. You're a silly boy. Uh-oh, you gonna go crazy? You gonna go crazy? You gonna go crazy? Nice, yeah. Get yourself, yeah, that's good. I know I had some patients that were on dialysis when I was a medicinal cannabis grower, and they were really extreme. You're not supposed to use, you're not supposed to use cannabis when you're on dialysis because of the risk of mold. Oh yeah, coffee. That was very yummy. Oh. What are you doing, boys? What are you doing, puppy dog? Oh, my biggest puppy dog. My biggest. Where'd that other kitten go? You got her kitten outside? Or go find the other kidney. You guys want to go back out? No, you guys just came in from outside. You're not going to want outside. We got to see where the other kidney went. Give me one sec, guys. I'm going to go see where the other cat went. Where did the other kitty go? No, I'm not going to let you out because you're going to want right back in. You going out? You want to come out, Two Pants? Okay, go ahead. The sun is shining. I'm going to get up here in a minute. Do something. Well, I don't know. I don't know where he went. All right, so who's still in? Who we got in here? Joe's still in there. Right on. So, anyways, it's getting nice out here. I don't know, this sun isn't melting off the face, but here in a little bit, we'll wrap this up here. Been going for about 4.5 hours, and get something done out there today. I don't really, like I said, I don't really have any pressing at right now because my big thing is try to get this 4-wheel drive positioned where it can get out of here and leave with my things in it that I need, where I don't have to look back at this property and, you know, I might not be able to come back here. So I want to have an option. And that's what I've been planning on doing for some time now. Again, you got 2 modes. You got fight or you got flight. So what are you going to do? What's your mode? What's your plan? You know, and that's my plan is to, my fight is flight. My fight is my ability to get out of town and not fight with anybody, and to try to stay away from chaos and stay away from starving people who want to look at me like I'm some kind of turkey leg or some piece of steak in a cartoon or something. Like you know, I believe that things could get that dramatic very quickly, and it'll be controlled, but doesn't mean that it's not going to happen I mean, I'm sure things are going to get a lot worse than just that. And so that's been my major concern, and I'm hoping that others will see what I see coming. And if they don't, that's fine. I'm not trying to get people to see things that Father doesn't give them an eye to see. You know, like I said, it's many are called, but few are chosen, is what the word says. Oligos is what it says. Oligos are chosen. So, again, my major concern right now is that I have a little bit of an issue with that truck that I bought, but I'll be squaring that away come Monday. I'm going to be taking the truck in and having the service done at the Toyota dealership, which I'm happy that they'll be doing it, because they're the ones who know this truck better than anybody. They're super familiar with it. I'm sure their mechanics worked on hundreds of them, so this should be a pretty quick job. I'll be able to get it in and out for the end of the day and have the security that this truck will easily get another couple 100,000 worth of miles on it, and I could really push it pretty hard. Not that I want to, but if I need to, it has the ability, because it'll last. So Monday, I'm going to take it into the Toyota dealership to have the timing belt, the water pump done, and some of the other belts and some of the other bearings that are in there that it's exposed that I want replaced. He said, we don't normally replace those, but if you want them replaced, I said, yes, I do. I want to, if you have it open, I want you to replace everything you can when that motor's open, so it's fresh as it can be with new parts. So from there, I plan on taking and I wouldn't suggest a PhD. You want to learn what's in a box. So might want to learn what's outside the box. Most people have a PhD or within a framed by about 12 years of their doctrine, their medical doctrine, so they can get their doctrine in medical or psychology or sociology or psychiatry, whatever science that they, psychoscience is, yeah, interesting. So suggest you don't worry about none of that nonsense. Go back to growing a garden by yourself and stop worrying about some PhD in front of your name or some certificate. You be bona fide. Better respect my authority. My snake's going up a pole. So hopefully I'll be able to get this taken care of pretty quickly, and then I'm going to be looking at putting a lift kit to try to get this rear differential off the ground as high as I can get it. I'm going to look into that. And then I want to get this front bumper for the front end to make sure that I can push my way through just about anything if it need be. Kind of a strange thing that rear bumpers aren't, it's not that they aren't, they're just a little harder to locate. So I've seen them, but I was talking with Kevin about this, that I'd like a bumper that I can put a winch on the back and the front. So something that not only has a winch on the front, but something that you can winch from both sides, which makes sense. So I want to be able to get off the road and get away from anybody who wants to fight, and have enough supplies to get further away. And that is the plan. And so mobility is everything. If you're going to sit there in one place, you better be able to defend it. And I think defending any one place is not very smart. So you do you, and I'm going to continue to do what it is that I'm doing here and having this mobility. I thank Father for coming into a truck that it's not perfect, but I can make it better than it is. It's going to cost me, but I want it done right. And so I'm not trying to save a couple or a few $100s on something that could be certified through the Toyota dealership, through their mechanics, and get a better job. And so yeah, after this, then it's going to be a good set of tires. And then I'm not really, after that, I'm really going to be too concerned on exactly how the back end's going to work, because that I want to do something a little bit different than I don't think I've seen anybody else do. I don't like being like everybody else. So I don't know if I want to look, because I really believe in trying to find these parts that are tried and tested in the field. And there's lots of places that like these Facebook forums, which I'm not totally, to speed, but my son brought me up to speed on these places are like Toyota groups and Jeep groups and Honda. All these people are specialists in their field, and they are tested out there. Like Toyota Racing, TRD, this stuff all gets tested. Toyota definitely has a higher standard than any other four-wheel drive on the market. Nothing even comes close. Anybody could try to keep up with the Toyota, but they're not going to. They're going to get left behind. And so that's the idea, is leave all the idiots behind, and the people who want to fight with each other, and the monkeys, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, idiots, people that are unprepared, don't have a water filter, don't have a callous one on their hand, and all they can think about is worldly things and not things of, a higher longevity, further. They're so 30 seconds, they're like a video game or something. They have the attention span of a game or a meme or something like that. They don't they can't concentrate, like orange juice, if you will. They're not very healthy, and they're all they ingest is nonsense, and all they distribute is more nonsense. So makes no sense to me to be around people who are unprepared. Those would be the people I know. I'm a military veteran. I'm skilled, trained to take your life with my own hands. I'm not saying that I will. I'm just have the skill set. So I don't need a weapon. What I need to get away from people like that would literally do anything, because their belly is so freaking never felt the pain of missing a meal, because they've been spoon fed their whole life, haven't missed a meal, let alone a whole day. And so those are the people I'm concerned about, not the government or not police officers, none of that nonsense. I'm concerned about people who are unprepared, because I know I'm a veteran. Unprepared people are failures. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So you want to see a failure, it's somebody doesn't do anything about it. And I'm a man of God. I'm a teacher and I'm a pastor. It says in the book of Psalms, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and shut up and be quiet. So see how that works? They'll try to silence you, but they can't. You can't keep a good dog down, and you can't keep a good man of God. You can't. He said, "Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die." Never die. Isn't that interesting? Heaven and earth shall perish. Well, guess what? Heaven's not above your head, and the earth is not below your feet. But most people are idiots. They don't read Scripture. They believe some mammon, traditions of men. Jezebels is what they are. Satanists, the adversary to the Christ. They're antichrist, not the antichrist. They're antichrist themselves. So children, unfruitful works of darkness. You'll know them by their fruit once again. So no worries, brothers, sisters. Just do what Father tells you to do, and you won't have any fear or be anxious. The only thing you'll fear is the Lord. You'll fear no man. Wrestle not against flesh, Paul said. So your battle will be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. You won't fight with idiots over toilet paper, boxes and bags and cans of food. You'll already have a mindset and a skill set. You won't be a warrior on some keyboard. You'll actually be a soldier of God, and you'll love him, and you'll do what he tells you to do, because you are not doing it. He said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not doing it. So thank you, Father, for the knowing that there's such a beautiful place out there in the wilderness that doesn't involve people who are idiots, who all they do is play games with life. And they don't guard. They're not soldiers of God. They don't guard your commandments. They add to your book or take away. They're anti-Christ. That means anointed. They're not anointed in your oil. You said have your lamps trim and have extra oil and be girded in my service. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. If it's filled with darkness, then the whole lamp, the whole vessel is filled with darkness. The vessel, if the lamp of the eye, singularity, is filled with light, then the whole lamp They don't mix. Father doesn't like lukewarm. He said, don't add, don't take away. So that's pornea. These people just play with themselves all day. Literally. Like the hub, pulling their own chain, yanking their own, if you will. Like Nimrod, just getting all. But that's their agape. That's what they go after, traditions of men. They can do anything. Anything. But you know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. You never know in this day and age. Can't tell anything. It's been so perverted. But you'll know them by their fruit. So, children of darkness, works of darkness, unfruitful works of darkness, and children of light, vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world, workers of children of darkness and vessels of mercy. Those who do workers of light, they work in the light. That is the word harizo. Harizo means light or horizon. Every morning the sun came up at the horizon. Dark and light. He's the divider. That's what that means. Harizo, I am the separator. I divide. As in Matthew, he said, do not think that I came to bring peace on this earth. I came to bring a sword, a division that would divide the flesh, the dark from the light, the day from the night. I will pull them from their darkness, flesh, into my harizo, into my light. That's the way it works. So don't worry about changing anybody, brothers and sisters. The only thing you can do is change yourself. You could show people to the narrow way. That's love, agape. Be charitable with the word. Guard his commandments. Be a good steward of your flesh. Be a good steward of your time. But most importantly, be a good steward of the word. Uh-oh, we're having an auction. Somebody started me out with a $100 bill. Anybody won? Anybody won? I got 100. Oh, we got dead presidents up in here. Oh my gosh, we're going for the love of money. Anybody 101? Anybody 101? I got 101. Anybody in? Y'all done? Anybody won? Anyone? Anybody two? Anybody two? Anybody got 2.5? Anybody 3? And I got 103. Anybody 3? Anybody? I got 3 and 5 and 7.5. Now 10. $1.10. I got $10 bill. Anybody won? All in? All done? $1.10. $1.11. $12.5. Everybody 15, 17. What are you auctioning? Why are you bidding in here? Who are you bidding? What's your auction? 17.5. Oh, you guys are idiots. You guys are idols. You're worried about your stupid face and your stupid eyes. You're stealing your crown. He worries about two things. You and you. This eye and that eye. Idolism. Idolatry. Pornea. No. Pornea, not the hub. Latria is to serve. You speak any Greek? Dialectus glossa? Is it all foreign to you like an alien? No such thing. Father didn't create one aliens. So, no worries. God only created vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. That's most people, brothers, sisters. Most people enter by the broad way. They're on the broad way, and they notice all the big cities have a broad way and a main street. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, and that's the gate that leads to hell. Most people on this rock cannot define what the word hell is. 99% of people that walked up to them on the street, irregardless of their political, religious, or historical record, could not give me the true definition of the word hell. Not one. I don't know. I don't know if one could. That's pretty silly, isn't it? Just like I could walk down the street and ask people, well, in the book of Genesis, it said God created heaven and earth. Where is that at? You know where they're going to tell me? The wrong place. That's how easy it is to trick this world that we live in today. God's in the sky. That's what most people think right now. God is in the sky. God has never once been in the sky. Never one time has God ever been in the sky. That is such nonsense. That is such childish, mammon, Jezebel, television, warp speed. You've just been told lies since you were a child. You're a childish. You need to be 7. That is the number of maturity. Maybe if you do the 7 things in Scripture, your Father tells you might come back and stop believing in some kind of space farce. Nonsense. Heaven is not above your head and earth is not below your feet. But that's what 99% of the people would answer. They think dead people are in the sky, and that is silly. But that's how people are. They just listen to mammon. So it's pretty silly that most people can't even define the word heaven or the word hell. And yet they teach on this. They tell people where this is at. They teach on the words that are in this book. Teacher is the word prophet. I'm not a prophet. I'm a teacher. You might want to understand what you're reading before you go tell anybody anything. About that book, at least. You can say whatever you want about this Jezebel mammon nonsense. But he said the very first people he deals with are the false prophets when he returns. So as his messenger, I sent a warning to you of what his word says. The very last things he said, do not add to this book. Not even a period. He didn't say that. He said jot. But I have to speak more modern English. Ingles. Dialectus. Glossa. Babble, you know. Everybody has a different vernacular. Not everybody's vocabulary. Most 99% of people speak in translation. They're translators. 99% of what it comes out of their mouth is translation. They have very little. Oligas. It means a puny, a little fraction of any kind of definition in them. But that's the world we live in, because English is a bastardized version of, it has very little roots, where, such as the Hebrew, it was all related to the toroidal field. Each letter has frequency, resonance, value. A wave, if you will. Like a millimeter wave. You can move mountains, huh? Electric gravitics. This is all spoken into existence, remember? So, you might want to pay attention to this word, because you can't take Hebrew and then translate it into Aramaic and then into English. That's not possible. And 99% of what it comes out of most people's mouth is English. Well, most people speak some form of English. In America, I call it America. It's not even English. I had to say yes, not sir to my dad, but yes. Couldn't say the word yeah or any slang. My dad didn't want to hear no slang. He'd whoop me for being like that. We had to speak formal English. Man, I didn't have to say sir, but I couldn't say, I don't hear your head bobbing over there. You guys know what I'm saying. Now people speak English. No, they speak American. It's slang. 99% of what people's mouth is slang, translation, not literal definition. Transliteration and translation are two completely opposite sides of the spectrum. One is your own version, one is the truth, the aletheia. He said, I am the hados, the aletheia, and the orizo, the way, the truth, and the light. But most people I know who say they know Scripture don't speak any Greek. And the New Testament is an old Jewish book written in Greek. The Old Testament is a foreshadow of what is to come, a mirror of the New Testament. All the definitions from the New can be defined out of the Old. If they don't match, they're not in the word hados in the same narrow way, throw them out. But nobody studied like that. They don't use a lexicon. They use a concordance. They read it like it's a book. It's not a book. It's basic instructions before leaving Earth. It's an instruction book, if it's anything, right? Bible? What's a Bible? I rebuke the word Bible. That's a childish word. Modern day mammon. There's no such thing as a Bible. That's a modern day book. It was scrolls, tablets, stones, jots, tittles, yods, all these pounded out on stone and tablets, tables of stone. Scrolls. Not a book. People read it like it's a book, like it's some kind of romance novel or something. They're in love with themselves, brothers and sisters. They don't define any words. It's not for me to choose who does and who doesn't. I just give the skill set because it was given to me. We're supposed to share, be charitable with the word. He said, love is patient. Be patient with people, right? Try. Love is kind. Be kind. Be patient with Father. Be patient with him. You don't know his time. What is time? Time is illusion. Love is the word agape. Not love. Love like you love your dog. That's not love. 2 John 6, to walk and follow in the commandments of Father. Do what you're told. Does that sound like religion to you? To love Father is to walk in his Shem. Shem was the second born of Noah. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. I is the second born of my 3 brothers, John's son. I am Pastor Revelation. They call me Tracy. I don't know why they call me that. Nobody hardly has ever called me that my whole life. I've been called Terry and Stacy more than I've ever been called Tracy. I'll even answer to it because I don't care. My name is important. It's about nothing. Name is the word Shem. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. I have an older brother and a younger brother. Noah had 3 sons. The middle born was Noah's son. Shem. I am John's son. The ox, the aleph, the leader. Of 3 sons, I am John's son. Tracy, John. My Elijah, John. My son is John's, Tracy, John's son. And my son is Elijah, the one who left in a flaming chariot. And I don't know where he's at. He just disappeared. I don't know if the government shot him or where he's at. I know they shot him already once and kidnapped my daughter, but I have to have faith like Daniel that maybe I'll see him after I die. I might not ever see him in this flesh again. Paul said, wrestle not against flesh. Christ had that beard ripped out of his face and paid in blood and wrote that on my fleshy tables of my heart. So I have will, not of my own, but like faith like Daniel in a den of thieves, lions, that nothing will get me, nothing will eat me. No cops, no weapon formed against me will prosper. No fiery concussion grenades will turn me into a bumbling idiot. Put on the whole armor of God, brothers and sisters. That is the word. That's been my only protection. Because they changed the word, I stand against it. Just as he did. He stood against the perversion of the Agape, the Shem. They created their own halakha and haggadah, their own version of the Testament, Old. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. The first 5 books are not a religion, they're the law. Torah, value, frequency, wave. Each letter had value, frequency. This was the law, not a religion. 613 statutes, commandments. That sound like a religion to you? He wrote the letter to the 7 churches. Does that sound like a religion to you? He said, do what I did, conform to my image. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Anybody want to throw you in prison for standing against their perverted law? Do you stand against the law? He said, do what I did. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Pornea, idolatry, idolatry. Remember chain, pulling your own chain, your own will. Deny your own will. Deny yourself. Deny these eyes. Deny the dirt. Deny the eyes. Idolatry. Things you see. Things made of little things and big things. Little treasure and things of big towers and statues and mega and maga, right? Antichrist, brothers and sisters, not of the Father, easy to see, written on our hearts. Do not partake in these unfruitful works of darkness. Children of darkness, you'll know them by their fruit. Are you doing the work of the Father? Are you doing the work of self? Who's your commander? Are you the vessel? Are you the ship? Or are you the commander steering the ship? You tell me. Who's the wind in your sail? What gets you up out of bed every day? What motivates you? What's your karak? What's your mark? The word sin means to be off the mark. That mark is the word character. The mark and a seal are 2 different things. When the angels come back, he says, put my seal on their foreheads. Will you have room for a seal, or will you already be marked? Mark of mammon. 6 and 3 score, huh? And 6. The number of mammon, Jezebel. Do you have to go with the mammon, dirt, idols, I, self? Your biggest enemy be you. My biggest enemy is me. These two eyes. He said, let them deny themselves daily. Who shall ever come after me? He said, who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross. Follow after me. Matthew, deny self daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me. Daily. Do what I did. What did he do? He didn't do some lollipop religion. He came and he ripped those Pharisees, you know what? Because they perverted his father's Shem. As I have three sons in the middle, and Shem was Noah's middle son. I am John's son. I stand up to this perversion, to the Shem, as Christ did. And they prosecute and persecute me for his Shem's sake. Hallelujah. Thank you for making me make his words come to fruition. Does anybody want to throw you in a prison? Does anybody want to rip your beard out of your face? People in there tell me to cut my beard off, huh? Interesting. You know, they ripped his beard out of his face. Imagine having that happen for the sins of his bride. God only loves his bride. Shiloh only loves his bride. Everybody else is going to hell. Don't shoot the angelos. Los Angelos, burning down. Born in the city of messengers, born as a messenger. In the city of Angelos. Don't shoot the Angelos. Don't shoot the messenger. I only give you his word. You don't like it, take it up with him. Most people are on the broad way. That leads to the wide gate that leads to hell. So most people go to hell. Very few are willing to narrow self because God makes them do it. He said, fear not, oligos flock. That means a puny little number. So God don't love everybody. God only loves his bride. He sent Shiloh to fulfill the law of flesh of the old covenant, make a new covenant. There was an Old Testament. He made a new living will. He was the testor of that will. Anybody ever filled out a will? You know, you leave something for your heirs, an inheritance, a crown, the heavens. Through much thlipsis we must go through to receive that kingdom of God that Paul was talking about, the heavens. Not someplace in the sky. Grow up, child. God is not in the sky. Heaven is not in the sky. You might want to go back and read his word. You mess that up, you're going to mess this whole thing up. You're going to fall for this Operation Popeye, Operation Love Boat, Operation Fantasy Island. It's not being done anywhere else. Only this channel's exposing this. Their pit ritual. They're doing it already. Their fire and ice ritual. Burning on one side of the United States, united. And freezing intense where they just froze everybody out with the largest water event in the history of recorded history. Oh, might as well just do it in the Pacific Northwest and declare 2 witnesses and have another one over the West Coast. Largest water event ever recorded. Interesting. Back to back, huh? Fire and ice. Pit ritual. Are you ready? Mr. Warp Speed says as soon as he takes office, he'll tell you what these drones are about. He said, I hope we're doing it. What did the channel tell you? Who was doing it? Nailed it! Not because I'm some kind of prophet. It's not that hard to see. So hope you're ready for your love boat so you can go do your rapture and get called up into the sky. Your false rapture. It's going to be so amazing, guys. Oh my gosh, everybody's going to fall for it. There's no such thing as the word rapture. There's no such thing as the word planet. God didn't create one alien. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. None of that's true. That's all a lie. So if you believe any of this, you've fallen under this delusion. They told lies to you when you were a child. They stung you with the spelling bee. So you go with the flow. to get the sticker, to get boosted. So, uh-oh, the pup of the girls must be coming over. I hear the puppy's going crazy. Come in, man. So, hi, girls. Hi, girls. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, Tweety. Hi, Tweety. Hi, Tweety girl. Come here. Come say hi. Oh, there's a girl. There's a girl. There's my girl. She's a good girl. We got the girls here.
Give me a little bump. Give me a little bump. Let me know what you're here.
Oh, there's my big guy. Oh, there's a little bit left of that pen.
How you doing?
Oh, I was doing some live stream. Hey guys, I'm gonna get off here. We'll be doing 5 hours. Also, we'll be back. Oh, we're getting and it was that. All right, guys, gotta go. Much love and agape. My bad. I'm gonna have to call him back. Going in. Sorry. Took a bit of medicine. But anyways, much love and agape. I'll see you guys again sometime-ish, maybe-ish. Yourself and out-ish. I'll see you later-ish, maybe-ish. All right. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. One more broadcast here. Thank you, Father, for the ability to keep going. Case, thanks for coming in here. Everybody came in here and hung out here for a long time. Case, appreciate some excellent comments in here. Please hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And come back, leave a comment. If you want to lead a monetary tithe, there's a link in the bio for PayPal and CashApp. Not a requirement of the channel. Tithe of time. Come back when you have more time. We'll see you then. Always agape, Pastor Revelation. Whoa.